Take it to the next level.
Good morning, ladies and gents. How are we all doing here? Just time for Women's Series Live. Apologies for the slightly late start, but we are up and running right now. A few quick results to bring you. Fallon Sherrock, a 4-0 winner against Aurora Fortunato. Robin Byrne, 4-0 winner as well. Chrissy Manley, 4-0. Lisa Ashton, 4-0. Aileen de Graaf wins 4-0. Kirsty Hutchinson wins 4-0. Felicia Blay wins 4-0. Yvonne Taylor wins 4-1. And Mikuru Suzuki dropping one leg to Donna Gleed as well. How is everybody in the chat room? Craig's in, Gav's in, Kieran's in, Simon's in as well. Yeah, we have already seen Fallon progress, beating Aurora Fortunato on the streaming board this morning. You'll have to bear with me just a couple of minutes while I finish getting everything ready that I need for today. It's a 4-0 win for Samantha Curtin over Michelle Andrews. Plenty of one-sided results this morning, but you know full well that the minute we get one that isn't, we're going to be sacked for a fair while. Hopefully joined by Mr. Phil Bars at some point from Germany as well, so we can get the lowdown on the European Championships so far and look ahead perhaps to the quarterfinals this afternoon. Julie Thompson has just beaten Lucy Cunningham 4-1. You can definitely hear that Hoover in the background, can't you? So let me just shut this door. Now we're cooking on gas. Hello, Zinjex. Where's my AirPods case? Let's get rid of them. Who are we all backing for the title then? You know that question was coming. Let's see what we got. Morning, Lendl. How are we doing, buddy? Did everyone enjoy their extra hour in bed this morning? Well, UK and Europe residents, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Some parts of the world's daylight savings doesn't kick in until next week. It's amazing, isn't it? An extra hour in bed and I still managed to be 15 minutes late to start the stream. But we move. It was either that or try and start from the house where I was yesterday, and we all know how the internet went there. Laura Patton's a 4-1 winner over Jane Biggs. Craig says he thinks Greaves is going to win both of them. That'll be 8 straight tournament wins and approaching 50 matches. That'll be pretty impressive. Yeah, but I should keep that one there and use a different one. Next up on the stream board, we're going to see Ryan Griffiths and Rebecca Hoyland. I don't know if yeah, I do actually. What am I chatting? Leanne Topper beats Jane Robson 4-1. if Bo wins this event, no matter what happens, she would be in second place heading into the final event. Corinne Hammond takes open against Fonsawa and Willis. Plenty. Yeah, less of that, Craig. This is the darts show. No, we were terrible. Absolutely terrible. Louise Pearson beats Laura Turner round one. Laura, one of the most consistent players in the field in the rest of the year so far. She is out. Yuki Sakaguchi finds herself behind. Katie Sheldon finds herself 2-0 up. Josie Patterson is behind. Rose Moore, Tammy McKenzie, 2 apiece. Warming up. We've got Anastasia ready to go again. Chloe O'Brien against Kim Holden. Kim's got a decent level in her. Morning, Matthew. Morning, Matthew. How are you? The streaming game's taking a while to get underway. It's not even showing us warming up in Dark Connect yet. Someone give Owen Binks a kick up the backside. Willis levels up with Hammond. I will be eating today at some point. I've got plenty of snacks in me because yesterday was an 8.5 hour stream and I don't have a jar left to sit here for an hour. Phil might be joining us, but what did you win 60 quid on, Craig? The football. If you bet against us and won, I'll be disappointed, but please feel at the same time. Morning, Adrian. How are we doing, buddy? Standout performances so far this morning. Makuru's 4-1 win came with an 80 average. 77 from Aileen and a 4-0 win over Noelyn van Leuven. 79 from Lisa Ashton. 88 from Fallon Sherrick. Did today just get interesting? If she stays at that level all day, we're in for a treat. Not too bad, thanks, buddy. Obviously, a late one last night once again. Jim McEwen picking up the title. Bit of a dash around this morning, but nothing I can't handle. Yeah, look, definitely not betting against that right now. The way that she's played in the 6 events so far, the level that she's produced. Because even when she's been up against it, she's just produced that 2 treble visits she needs to get out of trouble so often. And there's that fear factor now. To come in and eclipse basically what Lisa and Fallon have been doing for the last 2 years on this tour in such a short space of time. There was fear when people played Lisa and Fallon. Potentially we've just seen a little bit of that from Aurora. But there's even more surrounding Bo right now. Which half is Bo in? Bo is in the bottom half. She's in group 12, on board 12. Fallon is on board number 1. Lisa is on board number 8. So in the top half of the draw, we've got Fallon, who's already safely through. She'll play Christine Redhead next. We've got Dita Hedman underway right now. Jo Clements in there as well. Laura Turner's already been beaten. But we've got Rhiannon Griffiths, Chloe O'Brien, Anka Zylstra, Robin Byrne, Katie Sheldon, who's already through. Board 6 is flying. Back-to-back 4-0 wins on that one. Lisa Ashton on board 7, as is Josie Patterson, Rhiannon O'Sullivan. And on board 8, we've got Aileen de Graaf already safely through, Lorraine Hyde as well. So that's the top half of the draw. And in the bottom half of the draw, Kirsty Hutchinson's already into the last 64. She's beaten Anne-Marie Potts. Felicia Blaze in there. Corinne Hammond's 2-1 up at the minute. Bo Greaves is on board number 12. Anastasia's on 13. Mikura on 14. Priscilla Steenbergen on 15. And Trina Gulliver and Lorraine Winstanley. Last 1-2-8 tie underway right now on board 16. Yeah, Winstanley v Gulliver is well interesting, especially this early. I don't want to bemoan draws or anything like that because it's sport, it happens. But is it just me or has Trina been given such a tough ride at every event she's been at? It seems to be that if someone's got a big name early, it's been Trina. Early round matchups with Lorraine, we've seen her play Lisa early doors. I think we've seen her play Dita early doors. It just constantly seems to be that Trina's got a toughie. So I think next year's women's series will be seeded. I don't know. Probably not. And the issue is that technically their tour, their ranking list is pretty much match play to match play at the minute. But they want the full calendar year to count towards the world champs as well. So when it's 1 year rolling to the match play halfway through the season and then top 2 to the worlds as it is right now, I don't think they can. Was there seniors last night? No seniors. There was Super Series, but no seniors. How random would it be if event 20 round 1 was played? It's possible. That's how a draw works. If you were a script writer, you'd have them as far away as possible. and hope that they meet in the final and everything comes down to that one, because then your story's still alive. At the minute, the only other things, I suppose what we have neglected is the fact that places 3 to 8 will have their places at Q School paid for. So there is a bit of a race on with that. Especially as Laura Turner's just been defeated. So Rhiannon Griffiths is only £200 behind her. And then Rhiannon Sullivan starts the day 1,200 behind Laura Turner. So she'd need back-to-back finals or better. So there is that shootout between Laura Turner and Rhiannon Griffiths for that last spot right now. Katie Sheldon could get drawn into it, but if she goes midway through this tournament, you expect her to be pretty safe. Unless we get a win from Chloe O'Brien, Trina Gulliver potentially. What do we have so far? So Rhiannon Griffiths takes opener against Rebecca Hoyland on the stream. Anastasia 2-0 up on Helen Ward. Lorraine Winstanley, Trina Gulliver 1 apiece. Lorraine Winstanley's still in the hunt technically. She can reach 6,800 by the end of the day. I think Aileen de Graaf might be in similar boat as well. She can reach 6,450. Obviously, they do require Fallon and Bowe losing pretty early in both events. Bowe takes a 3-0 lead over Deborah Watling, 92 average at the minute. Is this a message being sent straight back? Anastasia moves 3-0 up as well. Corinne Hammond is through. She beats Von Salman Willis 4-2. Shade under 70 for her. Top 16 in a Players' Championship might never be better than a top 8 in match play. I don't disagree with that, especially as you've got stage 2. I guess by the time that stage 2 becomes available, you tend to want all eyes on the main room, but they do have that available to them. I get why they did the match play, because they had that Sunday afternoon session basically sitting there doing nothing, so it made sense to whack it onto the season ticket and everything else. But do you think the final World Championship qualifying spot will mysteriously become another Women's Series qualifier if Fallon finishes third on the order of merit? Wouldn't put it past the PDC. Not necessarily a, here's an extra spot for this order of merit. It would be via other wins, so the Women's World Match Play or Grand Slam participants. If you just hand it to third, you're just going to get backlash. It's a 17 dart leg to wrap up a 4-0 victory for Bo Greaves. 91 average for her. She's in fighting mood once again today. That's now 39 straight matches. Are we on 40 straight match watch? Oh, I just pressed the wrong button, didn't I? Good work. Eyes on the Gulliver wins Stanley game. Sort of piece, and Gulliver opens up 140 on her own throw. I have 8 new notifications waiting for me on LinkedIn. Whoopsie-doo. Didn't actually use that. Steady. Vicky Pruitt and Tara Demon 1-0 to Pruitt. 2-0 Trish Kidd over Maria O'Brien. Good work. I had a message from a friend this morning saying he couldn't handle his alcohol anymore, so he was giving up drinking. Or he was only going to drink on a Wednesday for darts. And now he's changed it to just for the month of November. We'll see how long that lasts. Week 2, I bet you. I bet you he's had a drink on a day that isn't Wednesday before the Grand Slam starts. Joe Locks beating Jane Monahan 4-3. I'd love to see a women's week down here, to be honest. 5 days of action, plus the finals. But I guess it only really works if you can get your top 12 in at once. If you're missing a Fallon, a Lisa, or a Bo, then it doesn't tend to come off. And they've either had blocks of women's series or stuff that clashes with things this year, or Lisa had a tour card before. $16 in mine, it would be good, but how many of the crowd will still watch it on a Sunday afternoon? That's the issue, isn't it? Like, that only available slot is that Sunday afternoon. So then you've got to staff it and get people in there rather than missing the quarterfinals, semi-finals, or finals onwards, which is where you need your big crowd for your TV to sell the audience. There's absolutely no point with competing with your own product. And that's what that would be doing. It would take eyes away from it. Would split your views. It would take eyes away from one or the other, and that's just daft. A mixed doubles event like the one they did in snooker recently could work. I'm a fan of that. I thought that came off really well, to be honest. Wasn't overly keen on the dress code. Yeah, mine looks mid when it's full, so. The rest of the week, there's other sport and stuff on as well, but by the time you get that Sunday evening, even the other bars are empty. If you did mixed doubles, who would you put? Together? Same format as a snooker, so just 4 pairs. Sean Murphy's staying at the same hotel as me. Where are you, Raven? Rhian Griffiths completed a 4-0 win over Rebecca Hoyland on the stream. Got deciding leg between Trina Gulliver and Lorraine Winstanley as well. Rebecca Edwards has beaten Yuki Sakaguchi. I don't recall saying Yuki's name an awful lot in the last day and a half. And I thought she was on the up a little bit, but potentially just having one of those weekends. Dieter Hedman's 3-1 up on Anne Dorestein. Vicky Pru and Tara Deemer currently 2-1 in that one. Denise Cassidy 2-0 up. Rhiannon O'Sullivan's taking the opener against Grace Ferridge. Maria O'Brien still trails. Hedman does beat Anne Dorestein 4-1. Top 10 men's, top 10 women's player. Who would I put together? That's a lot. You probably just have to flip the ranking. So let's go who's in the men's. So at that point, we'd get pairings of Danny Noppert and Lisa Ashton, Johnny Clayton and Fallon Sherrick. That could be a lethal little combination. Third place at the minute is Bo, so she'd play with Luke Humphreys. Whew. Fourth place, Lorraine Winstanley would play with Rob Cross. That'd be steady, both same manufacturer. Aileen de Graaf would play with Jose de Souza. Two interesting actions. Mikuru Suzuki will be partnered with James Wade. Sneaky finishing in that one. Katie Sheldon and Michael Smith, young and aggressive. I like that. Where are we? Laura Turner in 8th would play with Michael Van Gerwen. Rhiannon Griffiths in 9th with Peter Wright. In 10th, Rhiannon O'Sullivan would play with Gerwyn Price. So 2 Welsh players together as well. Don't mind that. Trina Gulliver has beaten Lorraine Winstanley 18 dart leg to finish. Yeah, flip rankings is the best way, I think, at that point. And that's just specifically narrowing that field a little bit. And then there's a reason to put people together. Like Ronnie and Rhiannon Evans were never not going to play together. Chloe O'Brien in a bit of trouble here. Trails 3-2 to Kim Holden. She's in 11th place at the minute. Obviously, that top 8 get Q School. It would take a big effort from her to catch Laura Turner in 8th. But if you lose first round, you definitely can't do it. And Holden does beat Chloe O'Brien 4-2. So Chloe, who played at the match play, slips out of the top 8. Still very young, though. I think we forget how young Chloe O'Brien and Katie Sheldon are because we've got Mozgan Romani on the tour now. We've got Aurora Fochesato playing. We've got Eleanor Cairns there. We've got Bo there. Do I think Bo will go to Q School? And if she does, what odds on a card? I don't know. Is the honest answer. It depends where Bo wants to go with her career. Because every interview and every time anybody's spoken to Bo, it's all about just been playing for enjoying it right now. Like, there was no pressure on it. She's been out and become world champion. She's content with that. Anything else is a bonus. She only started playing women's series after the match play this year. And is on a rapid rise. But because she's got concerns over her action, her throw from before, I think there's going to be a hesitation before she takes the next step in any direction. There was a hesitation before she played women's series, didn't accept the invite to the World Youth Championship, but instead yesterday that if she's in the top 2, she will go to Alexandra Palace. So we're gradually progressing. Whether or not Q School this year would come a little bit too early for her, still only 18, remember. We'll have to wait and see. I'd prefer her to go and have a year on a development tour. I prefer her to go and have a good year on a development tour. She's got 5 years to play on a development tour. Just go and make sure you're comfortable in this environment. She's clearly steady enough in a PDC environment, playing in the women's series and whatever. But just go and be absolutely sure. Go and play development tour when you've got a few more egos flying around, a few more A games that are capable of really testing you away from cameras and whatever else. Is Bo in the conversation of being the best informed player about a tour card in the world right now? She's in the conversation. Is she 100% that player? Potentially. Look, when she reeled off 2 legs in a row against Aileen de Graaf yesterday from 3-2 behind in 12 and 14, I think it was, to be able to call up that game on demand is scary. That is Pro Tour level. That is top of the Pro Tour level. To be able to produce 2 legs in 26 darts when you need it most is Pro Tour level. And at that point, you're solid. Whether or not she does that every single time she plays is a different matter. The fact she can call on it when she's under pressure and needs it is a massive boost, because we've seen that so many times in this women's series already. Every single time she's got a back up against the wall, she produces a big leg. She produces a big scoring visit. But it's how often can you produce that over and over and over again? I think 3 of her best ever averages in the women's series came yesterday. And you think how dominant she was in Germany. There's still levels to her game to be found, which is a massive compliment. And at that point, yeah, 100% look out for her. I think there's a few on the seniors that are in the conversation. And obviously a fair few of the players that play in these 4 walls down here in Portsmouth. I thought Scott Walters was magnificent last night. I'm not really sure how he lost to Jim McEwen in that final. Jim just unrelenting. Saved his best till last. Williams in. He says, good morning from North Carolina. Been a while since I've been on. It'd be quite a finish to see who gets the second world spot for the World Championship. It will. We're potentially, what are we now, 37 minutes in, so just the 7 hours and 40 minutes away from the end of the day. If we finish at the same time yesterday, sorted. Scott Williams has just picked up his card. Hello, Scotty. How are we doing? Mate, you were magnificent all week. And you'll be back. You know you will. Any man that manages to send Robert Owen packing has done enough. Been an immovable object here for months. How come you get to go to Malta and I get to go back to Oxford for 2 days? Can I sneak in your suitcase? Oh, we've got some 64 games back on the way. Holiday with the darts, and the GF said no. Charming. Carol Sedlacek, he's up there. I tell you who must be up there, Wesley Placier. To qualify for, well, to just narrowly miss out on the European Championships the way he did, basically from associate member qualifiers for the Euro Tour. Ridiculous. Morning, Mike. How we doing? I hope if she does go to Ali Pali and wins a match too, I hope the PDC and Sky leave her alone and don't put pressure on her. It hasn't helped Fallon one bit. Yes. I don't necessarily blame the PDC for an awful lot of it either. The way that Sky reported on Fallon after the events were ridiculous. She became a global name overnight, which is massive. Massive for this sport. Like, she is just as known nowadays in households as Phil Taylor and Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwyn Price. She's possibly even more known than Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwyn Price, which seems ridiculous, but she is the woman that did that thing that time to people that have never followed the sport. And because of that comes the demand from broadcasters, Fox, Down Under. Yeah, Sky reported on Q School. But yeah, Fallon lost in a 1-2-8 and it was, Fallon does this. Not this person picks up a tour card. And that's what a lot of this negativity has stemmed from. For the World Series, put her in everything, right? If you've got the biggest name in the sport, the most recognizable name in the sport, to every single casual, every single person that's not come across the sport or not followed the game of darts anywhere near as much as pretty much all 100 and whatever of you lot are watching right now do. That's the point in the World Series. It is take stars of this game to try and entice other nations, other countries, new generations, new areas in the world to playing darts and growing the game. And you do that by showing off the biggest and best names you've got. That's literally the point in the World Series. Do we get bogged down a little bit in debating if some players deserve to go because of what they've won? Yes. Should that be an argument perhaps reserved more for the Premier League? Again, probably yes. Do I like the fact that both exist from a UK-based person? Not really, because they serve the same purpose. I don't think we need a 17-week touring Premier League in the UK to go to UK fans. UK fans are aware of darts. Most have been or not. It's sold as a bit of the darts is in town, so we'll go for a piss up on a Thursday night. 17 weeks is too long for it to be entertaining as TV. It's long gone before then. And I think that's why there's been so many adjustments to the format. We've had contenders, we've had the new format we've got now, we've seen the field change size up and down and whatever else. I don't think you'll ever settle on that, and you'll constantly having this conversation of the Premier League going stale and bored of it because it's 17 weeks long. It's 4 and a bit months. When every other event we've ever seen in this sport is over in a week, 2 weeks maximum for the World Championship. Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat's beating Denise Cassidy 4-3. Kirsty Hutchinson 2-0 on Helena Rubez. We've got Fallon 3-0 up on Christine Redhead, another 80-plus average for her. Natalie Gilbert 2-0 up on Marlene Badger. Anka Zylstra's beating Tina Nailon. Katie Sheldon 0-0. I like the contenders part of the Premier League. Yeah, look, the contenders part of the Premier League, the first time out, worked as a short notice idea to get more exposure of players like that. It was brilliant. I didn't quite like the fact they could take points off the top players. Not that it played out that way in the end, because none of them did get a win, and some of the selections were a little bit left field. There wasn't really it just became a little bit more dubious in terms of selection as Fallon wins her last 64 game and Maria O'Brien beats Trish Kidd. But yeah, it did seem a way to shoe on something like Hendo in Scotland, fantastic, worked a treat. We had Ryan Searle down in Exeter, I think, brilliant. People got behind him, whatever. Luke Humphreys in Exeter, the second time round against Gary. Luke lives nowhere near Exeter. The two players that played in Nottingham were Nathan Aspinall from Stockport and Fallon Sherrick from Milton Keynes. If you didn't have a local player, it was just, oh yeah, they're close enough. It was pick them off. Dobie in Newcastle, brilliant. Willie O'Connor, after the World Cup that they'd had and the rise that he was on a little bit, in Ireland with the Cranberries as a walk-on, all right, probably should never have hit TV, that walk-on, because of the connotations behind that song, but you wouldn't have got that moment if you'd stuck without being Martin Lukeman in there, for instance, who wasn't in the question at that point, and then his Englishman. Like I said, I don't hate Fallon, but I'm starting to not want her to win as I know what will happen. I think you sum up the thoughts of an awful lot of darts fans there. Nobody has a thing against Fallon. She's just taking opportunities that are being given to her. She did something as the first player to ever do it at the World Championship. It was international news. You're not going to turn down some of the chances that she's been given. You might never get them again. But the way that she's been pushed by Sky and other broadcasters and sometimes the PDC, has had a negative impact on the way that darts fans view her. And that's not fair on her. That's not fair on the sport. That's not fair on tour card holders the other way. It's just a bit of a mess. The ideal length for the Premier League would be 8 weeks. Each player plays each other once in the first round. Yeah, that works. We've seen it with 10 weeks when there was 10 players as well. That would have been perfect. You didn't need a drop one player or drop 2 players, play everybody again, but with an extra leg to fill some time potentially, and then a judgment night. Nah. Drop 2 so they don't qualify and have a last 8 or whatever. But yeah, it's too long. And yes, there's an argument that the Premier League now props up the other tours because of the amount of money it brings in, but arenas aren't cheap. TV deals and whatever might cost a lot of it. But they're paying out a shed load of prize money. They've got a massive staffing on it. And whatever else. A lot of that money they're bringing in must be going straight back out on the Premier League as well. Anka Zylstra beats Tina Nailon. And Natalie Gilbert beats Marlene Badger as well. We've got Katie Sheldon 3-0 up. Aileen de Graaf in a scrap against Wendy Ryan Statler. Robin Burns 3-1 up on Danielle Fry. Lisa Ashton is 1-0 behind to Karen Webber. Felicia Blay against Corinne Hanman getting underway on board 11. That's a decent matchup, that one, and an interesting one as well, because on board 12 is Bo Greaves. So if one of those two gets off this board, there's a good chance they run into her. Corinne is very, very good friends with Fallon, and Felicia is her twin sister. One of them could do a massive favour to her. Panic over, Lisa Ashton's 1 apiece. She's no longer losing. Priscilla Steenbergen 2-1 up on Natalie Davey. Bo is £300. It was £250 as Fallon played an extra round now. She's 32 already, yeah. What's that behind me? It's a wall with logs built in. There's some net in here, and there's a mirror behind it. Freaks me out a bit. Kirsty Hutchinson's a 4-0 winner. Craig says, I feel sorry for her a little bit because it must be affecting abuse people give her online is unreal. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. How many entrants were there this go around? I think there was somewhere about 80 or 90. Didn't quite make a 128. Yeah, it's all right, Scott. I want this table turned around to go up against the sidewall. Then we've got more room to put interviews. I need more room to get behind the camera as well, as it looks like you're chatted all over the place. But it is what it is. Robin Burns a 4-1 win over Danielle Fry. Hopefully. This is just the interview room, basically, here at the Super Series. Online Darts have an office upstairs, or will do. It's just literally got a desk in at the minute, no carpet, no nothing. So once that's the last thing to be done here, and then we'll have a streaming space upstairs as well as this down here. So we'll put some more branding up there, a bit of soundproofing. There's a bit of an echo in there. Get some cameras in there, some big screens, and we can hopefully do a bit more work in person together, multiple camera angles, you know, up the level of what we produce for online darts. Let's scroll back a little bit. Mike's had a party. Oi, oi, lad. Do you know what? When we finished last night, there was just a look around a few of us. Someone asked if there's a pub open, and a few of us just all looked at each other at once and just went, "Pot World?" And it didn't come off. And then I was led in bed 45 minutes later going, watched the clock roll back an hour, and I was like, I feel awake now. Should have gone to Pot World. But silly. Zinjek says Fallon on the big stage can do the unexpected time and time again. She's done it. That comeback against Dimitri, 2 wins at the World. Look, there have been games where it hasn't gone to plan. The World Series this year wasn't her best outing at all. But as you said, on the big stage, she's the one that's shown it the most. What does Bo have to do to qualify? She has to win £300 more than whatever Fallon wins this week, today, basically. If she wins both events, she's there. Fallon cannot stay ahead of her. What does Fallon need to do to stop Bo overtaking her? If she beats Bo in the first final, she's £850 ahead, which means she needs to get as far as the last 16, I think it is. Yeah. What would take the pressure off for Fallon there is a win in event number 1. Back-to-back victories so far. 88 average and an 82 average. I believe she'll play Joe Locke next, though. There's no streaming game. Are they waiting for a 32 specifically, or? I appreciate it's a lot more work for the team behind the scenes and Chris Murphy and Abby Davies commentator. Just stick us an extra game on, chuck it on. We want to see this. If I was in charge, I'd literally just walk around the venue going, you, and just point at the people, come here, you're on the stream, and we'll get fired up. It's what I do for interviews here. I just walk into the practice room and go, you, yeah. Drag players along the venue. Bo Greaves flying once again. She's 95 average and 2-1 up on Yvonne Taylor. Trina Gulliver has taken the opener against Laura Patton. It's 3-0 to Corin Hammond over Felicia Blay as well. Mikuru Suzuki 3-0 up against Rebecca Oakes. Mikuru Suzuki probably the biggest name in the same half as Bo Greaves. And Mikuru's level has been pretty good this week so far as well. We've got a win for Priscilla Steenbergen. Yvonne Taylor's given this a go. She's gone 125, 123, 140 to leave 113 after 9. Bo sat on 161. Sherrick needed to win 5-3 to make the knockout stage of the Grand Slam, hitting a 12-dar and a 170 checkout against Clemens. That was ridiculous. To just be able to switch that on, like, you almost forget that as well. It's almost World Championship straight into World Series moments, but that slam run was solid. Taylor hit 80 to leave 33. Greaves 97 to leave 64. 3 darts. Yvonne Taylor levels up at 2 apiece with Bo Greaves. It's an 83 average, plays a 98. Are we going to see the ton plus from Bo? A ton from Bo, a ton 40 from Yvonne. This is match number 40 in a row, I believe. Clement's face. One of my friends called him Big Owl from Big Owl's Toy Barn in Toy Story. Pretend I can't unsee it. Lisa Ashton has beaten Karen Webber 4-1. She was 1-0 behind in that one, so wins 4 straight. Corin Hammond wins 4 straight against Felicia Blay as well. So the Australian progresses. Keep an eye out. Well, keep your ears out for Corin in the next few weeks as well. I think she might be back down here. Mikuru Suzuki completes a 4-0 win over Rebecca Edwards. That's another 84 average from Mikuru. Greaves leaves 110 after 12. Leanne Topper gets the opener against Kim Holden. It's the first leg on the board for Fallon against Joanne Locke. Laura Patton levels up with Trina Gulliver. Joe Clements takes lead on Carly Townsend. Anastasia Dobromislova is underway against Samantha Curtin in the last 32. Warming up, Rachel Brooks against Kirsty Hutchinson. That's the last 32 game. Greaves leaves 30. Yvonne Taylor's just missed double 18 for a 1-5-6. Inside, leaves 18. Greaves 1 dart takes out double 15 for a 3-2 lead though. Was that the moment she keeps her run alive once again? Morning, Rose. How we doing? I think the 100 average is under threat right now. Yvonne Taylor's got the dart. She's gone 140, slipped over 26, and another 140 to leave 195 after 9. Bo's gone 140, 180, 83 to leave 98. If that goes in 2 or 3, I think we might get the 100 plus average. Yvonne Taylor playing really good, says Rose Start. Simon Lippitt, whereas Yvonne Taylor being, she's playing very well. It's my job to know, and I don't know an awful lot about Yvonne Taylor, apart from the fact she plays in the women's series. That's it. That's where my knowledge comes from. But this is a really, really good performance. It might be coming to an end right now, though. Greaves leaves tops. Taylor wants 155 to force a decider. Elsewhere, Trina Gulliver's 2-1 up on Laura Patton. Fallon Sherrick 2-0 up on Joe Locke. I need to find out what 79 is as an average. I'll let him off for holding the stream because we're going to see Rhiannon O'Sullivan versus Lisa Ashton. As Greaves takes out a 13 dart leg, 99.82 average. Back-to-back 19 dart legs for Fallon. Also looking forward to the European Championship final today. Great variety of players. Yeah, it's quite open, isn't it? I think Peter Wright wins it. I think that's the one I tipped on Monday. I can't remember. I'm going to claim it anyway. But I'm going Peter Wright. I'm going boring. He's throwing with straight darts. You don't lose with straight darts. It's what he does. He's been throwing with straight darts for the last few events as well. Not necessarily the same ones he's thrown this week. He's thrown the match play ones that he's had from this year and whatever else. But these are the original World Championship winning darts as well. Let's not jinx Bully Boy, thanks, says Teresa. I've not tipped him this time, so he's got a chance. I do know people have tipped him for the Worlds already. Can't lie, for this tournament, I did not fancy him at all. His form at the Pro Tour last week, there were a couple of early rounds where he wins 6-0, looks pretty comfortable, but after that, it just seemed to drop off. Wasn't up on him at all. I thought Josh Rock genuinely might get the better of him. But he looks pretty sharp right now. Joe Clements is a 40 winner over Carly Townsend. Chizzy finally getting over the line would be good. I think the fact we've got those stories underlined. We've got Michael Smith's quest for that first TV title. We've got Dave Chisnell's quest for that first TV title as well. Peter Wright being able to send a message to Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwyn Price as they both fell early. Danny Noppert, if he wins a second one, surely he's in the Premier League next year. If he wins the Euros and the UK Open. Dirk van Dijvenbode, he's got to win a big one at some point. Chris Dobie and Luke Humphries, even Ross Smith, he's got the game. He had a shocking start to the year compared to where he was last year, but he's flown straight back up again right now. Would anybody actually be mad if any of that 8 won? Are we doing a live show tomorrow night? We are, but I won't be there. So it'll be Phil, Boise, and Dan is stepping in for me tomorrow. Got a little bit less hair than I have, but he's just as entertaining. So, it's almost a like-for-like swap. Joe Lott gets one back against Fallon Sherrock. Ryan Griffiths takes the opener against Louise Pearson. Katie Sheldon's underway. Robin Byrne 1-0 up. Anastasia 1 apiece. We've got Kirsty Hutchinson, Rachel Brooks underway. Rose Moore of Derbyshire against Vicky Pruitt. Trina Gulliver battling 2 apiece with Laura Patton. Got Dieter Hedman warming up. Got Corinne Hammond warming up. Lorraine Hyatt against Aileen de Graaf. Okay. Fallon's scoring is turned up today. She opened the last leg with a maximum, as did Joe. She's gone 180 ton in this leg. Finishing's been a little bit ropey, but if that clicks at any point today, we genuinely might have a race on our hands. Barry says, has to be cool hand Luke tonight. 6 to 8 weeks ago, would not have disagreed at all, especially after winning the Euro Tours back-to-back like he did and absolutely destroying that. dropped a little bit of form, whether that was the Grand Prix was a little bit of a pass because his partner was literally ready to give birth at any moment. Different mentality. The fact he's using a set of darts that he's aware of that are straight out of the packet that aren't his hasn't been an issue so far. Would it be when things get a bit tight? We don't know. But yeah, I don't think there's a bad bet for tonight. Ross Smith loves to play the underdog. Chris Dobey, now he's finally got over that hump. And perhaps more importantly, beating Michael Van Gerwen for Chris Dobey was a massive, massive step. But winning the game afterwards, winning the game that follows beating Michael Van Gerwen, has been an issue for so many players for so long. And he gets over that instantly. Chizzy has got it tonight. Joe Locke takes another. Fallon's missed darts in back-to-back legs to seal this one 4-0 and 4-1. And it's Joe Locke's darts here in leg number 6. Curtin sneakingly good. There's a few that are just bubbling along nicely that we don't mention an awful lot, but are consistent. And the minute they go berserk, they're going to be very, very tidy dart players indeed. I'm going to predict, Lendl, that for the Euros, you've got right favourite, just Ross Smith as number 8, purely because A, he plays Peter Wright, but B, that's also where he is ranking-wise. Maybe Dave Chisnell second on form, with Danny Noppert or Dirk 3. Mandy Smith beats Terry Francis Kidwell 4-2. She's into the last 32. So 137 to leave 50 after 12 for Fallon if she gets to go at it. Joe Locke on 125 to force a decider. Just 29 from Joe Locke, so this is the chance for Fallon to book her spot in the last 16 already. Not bad for an hour and a half's work. Misses darts once again. 32 remaining if she comes back for it. Bear with me a minute. Guys, Be Real has just gone off, which means I've got to whack a pose and show everybody what I'm doing. Up the midstream. Ooh. Let me put my cap on like that. It's more, 6 more missed darts from Fallon to get over the line. Joe Locke's just bust 14 as well. It's getting a bit messy, this one. We don't want to mess around anymore. And Fallon does get over the line. The average takes a bit of a fall in that one after 6 missed darts to get over the line in this leg and some more in the leg before. But it's a 4-2 victory for Fallon Sherrock, who books her spot in the last 16. And is the first player to do so as well. Who is Bo playing first today? She's already played twice. Bo has already beaten Deborah Watling 4-0 with a 91 average, and Yvonne Taylor 4-2 with a 99 average. She will play Sarah Roberts in her board final. Ashton takes the opener against Rhian O'Sullivan. I thought Ashton gave Bo a really good game in that final yesterday. There was a chance when Bo went troubleless for 2 or 3 visits on the spin. That was the moment, wasn't it? Corin Hammond has taken the opener against Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat. Rhian O'Sullivan levels up at 1 apiece with Lisa. Nakura Suzuki's underway. We've got Lorraine Hyde and Aileen de Graaf as well. Would have loved to have seen that one streamed. Robin Byrne has completed a 4-0 win over Joe Moore. Ryan Griffiths 2-0 up on Louise Pearson. Samantha Curtin still averaging 70, 2 apiece with Anastasia Dobromislova. Kirsty Hutchinson 2-0 up on Rachel Brooks. We've got Prum in the lead. We've got Leanne Topper in the lead. Trina Gulliver and Laura Patton at 3 apiece. Make that 4-3 to Trina. Mike's back. Had to get hangover food. Mate, these, the best hangover cure you'll ever have. Not that I've got a hangover right now as well. I drink these normally, but cold one of these, the best hangover cure you've ever had. I swear by it. Jack says, God, did you see the Super Series last night? Good win for Jim. Did I see it? Mate, I'm here. Look. I did the pre-match interviews. Yeah, I did see it. That's what I do. I travelled down with Pete Burgon on the train earlier in the week. Spent some time practicing with him. Spent some time with Jim outside of matches. And found a lovely pub round the corner, decent dartboard. And a bit of a practice now. I had a chance to throw Jim's darts. They shouldn't suit me at all. I'm a straight barrel dart, 100% all the way. Short points. He's got long points. They're slightly different shape. Couldn't miss with them. Twice. 2 nights in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Could not miss. Could not miss. Could not miss. Felt very, very good. I played Pete on Wednesday night when we got it. So obviously, there was no evening session. Beat me in a couple of sets. Obviously, it's what he expects. I went back-to-back at one point, and then he noticed that I'd gone back-to-back and started making a big deal out of it, and I hit 55. And then we played pairs against some locals, and we went 13, 15, 16, 17, I think it was, beat them 4-0 with a 98 average. I was like, oh, that was good. But I just tweet. Kirsty Hutchinson now 2-1 up on Rachel Brooks. We've got Aileen de Graaf 2-0 up on Lorraine Hyde. Nakura Suzuki 2-0 up on Steph Clark, averaging 90. I'm going to get some eyes on... You've got to watch Bo, really, haven't you? She left 101 after 12 in the opening leg. Your neighbour is in it this week. He's going to win it. Where are you from, Jack? Try and guess who your neighbour is. William, so happy to see the transformation upgrades. Duff, man. Yeah, I need to. I'm looking forward to seeing Neil play. It seems to be a very proper operation in the crowd. Yeah, look, the transformation this has had from a webcam from home lockdown to over £1 million worth of prize money in a 4-season cycle and whatever else is just staggering. I think you need to get a set of them darts. Well, I played with my own darts when I was playing Pete and going whatever. I was just having a practice with Jim. Didn't use them competitively, but they just worked. I played even better then. So I might have to tap him up and get him to bring a set to Reading for the World Seniors qualifier in a few weeks' time. But after he won £5 last night, I'm a bit disappointed. Just walk up and go, here you go, pal. I could afford a few more of these now. But, you know, tight Scotsman for you and all that. Vicky Prum's a 4-0 winner over Rose Mort. Anastasia 1 away. Anastasia a winner. Katie Sheldon 1 away. Corin Hammond 2 apiece. Lisa Ashton, Brianna Sullivan 2 apiece. Mira O'Brien's taking the opener against Kirsty Chubb. We've got 2-0 lead for Makuru still. Last night's crowd seemed a little less. Is that a fair assumption? Compared to the week before, yeah, finals, Champions Week was rammed. And the week before that, Andy Jenkins played, who basically went on a bit of a pub crawl before he played. Around half of Portsmouth, and like the Pied Piper of Cosham, dragged half of Portsmouth into the live lounge with him. The crowds have got better throughout the phases. There was a decent crowd in last night. There wasn't many seats free. Rob Owen brought his family down. There's a fair few that travelled with Reece Colley, which Ramble Fallon and Bow potentially meet. The final rows on board 1 and board 12. Fallon started the day £250 ahead, and there's a £400 difference between prize money in the final. It's £1,000 or £600.
Oh,
hello, mate.
You all right?
Yeah, not bad.
I'll do this today.
Sweet.
Bang that up.
It was good to see Stack Attack in the crowd. Good sports. Yeah, I had a decent chat with Rob afterwards as well. Outside waiting for taxis and stuff. Which was pretty cool. Wished him all the best. Ahead of his, he's ditching us basically. Sarah Roberts gets a leg on the board against Bo Greaves. 1 apiece. What darts do I use? I throw 21, 22 gram. Adrian Lewis Gen 2 target. These bad boys. They currently have... I've got 2 different point setups. I throw L-style flights and stems at the minute. I've been using Fit Flights for a long time. I'm trying to get myself back to just throwing with normal flights and stems. They're a little bit cheaper. So I've got these on at the minute, but they just don't go in the board properly. I did throw these points for a while. These were the new Mission ones that Josh Rock is currently using. But I've got these ones. I've gone back to these. They're 28 mils, I think, or 32, one or two. I don't throw very long points. They are the Data Dart Ghost grips. And they're just lovely. Why does Robert's darts look like they're about to fall out the board? How are you watching Robert's darts? 60 ton 109, 32 for Lisa Ashton. Decent. Bo Greaves left 41 after 9, by the way. She's gone 140, 140, 180 at 1 apiece. Mitching for a throw now. I got my darts out. Yeah, it's a 12 dart leg for Bo Greaves to go 2-1 up. She's now averaging 105. Here we go. Been threatening this all morning. Maria O'Brien goes chill up on Kirsty Chubb. We've got Hutchinson and Rachel Brooks 2 apiece. Aileen de Graaf is doing a job on Lorraine Hyde. Lorraine Hyde is averaging 0.06 better than Aileen de Graaf, but is 3-0 behind. Rihanna O'Sullivan 3 apiece for Lisa Ashton. We still got Suzuki throwing up on Steph Clark. Oh, Rob Owen. I thought you meant Sarah Roberts, who is currently playing Bo Greaves. I don't think it is. I think they look like that because you're so used to seeing them stand to attention, so there's that little bit more security in the board. Because he gets them to land flat or low, they're in the board pretty decent, but because his action where he's such a front gripper gets them to land at that angle, I think it looks like they're less secure because it's so much more difficult to capture that on a camera. He doesn't get many fallouts. He gets a few bounce outs where he clatters into another one or gets a release wrong a little bit and the dart just twists in the air. Bo was just an insane player. Imagine her on a development tour. That's exactly where I want her to go, Rose. If she tries to go Q school and that too early, she's 18. Let her crack on. Four 3 winner for Lisa Ashton. Was it Rob Owen who no-look caught his flight there? Yeah, and he didn't even realise he'd done it. It just popped out. It just imploded in his hand, basically. Pretty spectacular to see. Steph Clark gets another one back against Mikuru Suzuki. She's averaging 80 at the minute. Trina Gulliver and Natalie Gilbert underway in the last 32. Don't tell anyone, but I've heard a rumour. Might be going to Wetherspoon, DeMarco Meyer and co later. Go on, the boys. Watch European Championships final. Why not, Jack? He's got the ability. Who and what did I say? I can't remember what I said for that to be in context. Oh, it was interesting that Jim, someone else's name is Jack. Jesus. Aileen de Graaf beats Lorraine Hyde 4-1. Yeah, so I don't know if he wants me to say this. I had a chat with Jim about this, and there's a fair few that have similar intentions as well. They want to go to Q School, but not win a card. Basically, right now, everybody's taken one look at Scott Williams and gone, he's in the absolute golden ticket this year. And given the Super Series and players like Jim being eligible to play in their seniors because he's over 50, have worked out that there's more to be made by a trip to Q School for a couple of days and not getting their card than there is the other way. Match starts incoming for Bo Greaves. She just missed double, I think. She just missed double 18 on the inside for a 110 checkout to wrap it up. Of these female top players, who have the weirdest throw in your opinion? Of the top players, the lack of extension in Lorraine's throw. She's a bit of a flick. It doesn't go all the way. Trina's is pretty straight. I think that's why she won so much. Dieter's a little strange. I don't think that gets picked up on enough. And I guess other ones that you look at, Corinne Hammond, because I think she's left eye dominant. It's across her face, which is a little bit weird to get used to. The twist in Laura Turner's dart, because it's so long, I just think makes for so many inconsistencies. I had the same conversation with Kyle Anderson when it developed into his game. Bo's a 4-1 winner, by the way, against Sarah Roberts. That's a 92 average for Bo, just teetering along at a level just above what Fallon's produced so far today, but they do remain on a collision course for the final. Kirsty Hutchinson's beaten Rachel Brooks 4-2. Oh, what a game on the last 16 we're getting on the stream. Robin Byrne against Katie Sheldon. The two young Irish stars are going to go at it in front of the cameras for us. See who wins that one. Last 16 lineup is beginning to take shape. How far behind is that board? Fallon Sherrock has a long way. We've got last 16 games warming up. or we did have. It showed Robin Byrne versus Katie Sheldon as warming up. Maybe they've removed it from there for a minute so people don't get agitated about it not being underway. As Mikuru Suzuki wraps up a 4-3 win on Steph Clark. Yeah, Katie versus Robin is ready to go. It will be the next Extreme game as a last 16 game. Dieter Hedman is 3-1 up on Julie Thompson on board 2. That's a last 64 game. The winner of that will then have to play Joe Clements before they then get to Fallon, who's already beaten Joe Locke. Edmund does wrap up the 4-1 win against Julie Thompson. So 4 to 5 minute wait before 32 gets underway. Can Edgar still play Challenge Tour without going to Q School? No, you have to go to Q School. Even if you just go to Q School for one day, pay your entry, turn up, complete one match, get smashed, you can still go to Challenge. You can still play on the Challenge Tour, but you have to go to Q School. There is no pay your way and just go to the Challenge Tour. Good. We still haven't had a Bow versus Fallon this weekend yet. You know how you only seem to get these stories in sport? The big matchup right at the end. It's possible we get it in this event. Keep your eyes peeled in about when we hit the last 8. In fact, I'll have one of you do it. Someone keep your eyes peeled on event 20. When we hit about event, when we get to the last 8 or something, they will do the draw for the next event. Just forgot I'm not home and I don't have a bin in here, but I'm seriously just chucking things on the floor. Would it have to be the final in this one, wouldn't it? It's possible in this one, yeah. And it would be the final in this event. But obviously then they still have one event to go. It'd just be written in the stars, wouldn't it, that they meet each other at the final of the next one. Stars don't write. Not literally, Stephen. Right, I'm going to run a quick ad break just to keep everybody happy. You know how it is. Maria O'Brien's the closest to getting every line against Kirsty Chubb, but we might see some more 32 games and last 16 kick into life on the other side of this one.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then, guys, to Women's Series Live here at Online Darts. On myself, Jack Garwood. Hopefully, Mr. Phil Bars might get join us very, very shortly as well. What is written in the stars? It's just a bit of an expression. Things are meant to be. Back in the, I don't want to say ancient times, the Greeks and the Romans, who are known for mythology and believing in the gods and that sort of thing, used to believe that you could predict the future by astrology and star patterns and your star sign and that sort of thing. So the written in the stars is from that, or they're closer together at the minute. So this is what this means. It's an extension of that. Does Bo have the Women's World Match Play race locked up? Pretty much. It's on £5,000 already. How do they do these draws? It's literally just a button in the back end of Dart Connect. So once everybody's registered, you'll have a master list of everybody that's ever, well, oh, that's when they test the fire alarms. I've seen it done for the seniors. So basically, the entry deadline is a certain amount of time before the event starts. Then all the names are sent to Dart Connect, who will build the profiles for each player, etc. They'll be on a master list that whoever the organizer there select from. Once everybody's registered at the venue, they'll then take that list, even if it's just a cross-off list, to whoever's doing the draw sheet. The draw will then have the back end of Dart Connect will have the option to move them from the master list into this event. And then they literally, if you've got seeds in your tournament, then they can be built in and specific players can be identified as the seeds in order. This doesn't have any, so it's literally just press a button, go. And that will do your draw for you. Sherritt comes third, is she out of the World Championship? The spots are being given to the top two on this order of merit. The majority of the time it's Bo versus these Fallon. These other girls must be very far behind. Potentially, look. Fallon and Lisa have been the standouts in terms of top level that they could produce for a while. Bo joining the PDC ranks last year, or the start earlier this year after the match play, is ahead of pretty much everybody anyway. Is there any other way for Sherritt to qualify? At the minute, I don't think so. It's all right, Excalibur. Look, I don't profess to be anywhere near as, I don't know what the word is. I don't know what that is anymore. There's only so much talking to yourself you can do. What country is Anastasia from? She is from Russia, yes. Her nickname is From Russia with Love. At work doing the rounds, so they trust me to keep me updated. No pressure then, Charlie, but that's what I do, to be fair. So it's either this or sit and watch European Championships, which would have been fun. You never know. Out of me, Phil, and Lee, who's the best at darts? So Phil's got a few years on me. He used to play youth county, but that was a long time ago. I never played youth county. I came to darts a little bit too late for that. I was too busy playing pool. I played for Oxford and Notts at that, and had a couple of England trials. Just drop that in there. But at the minute, I'll bash them both. Phil got the yips for a bit. I think Boise struggles sometimes to let go of the dart as well. And I just play more. Mike, we had this conversation. No, you can't just seed it midway through the year. And the problem is they've now got 2 cut-off points. They've got the match play, which they basically said is going to run summer to summer, which means their order of merit system then runs out of sync with your 1 year rolling on your Pro Tour or anything else. Then you've got the World Championships, which will be from the calendar year rather than the rolling year that they're then cutting off and starting again in a match play race. Yeah, for next year's Women's Series. But there's 2 different cut-off points to start that, to seed it. You can't suddenly start seeding players in February or March for that Women's Series, because in the race to the match play, they've already had this block of 4 and the block of 4 in Germany recently where it wasn't seeded. You can't just start seeding halfway through. Reading this stuff now. Can I play Lakeside and Ali Pally if I ever went down those routes? The best thing about the BDO or the WDF model is that you can just go to any Open and qualify. I can rock up at the British Open, which carries gold or silver ranking or whatever it is, and earn points. PDC, obviously, I'd have to go to Q School and go from there. I'm not at that level, nowhere near. But yeah, Mike, it's a bit like, the conversation we have quite a bit about doing a double in, double out weekend of Pro Tours in the run up to the Grand Prix, just to do something a bit different. The problem is that they would count as qualifying events or part of the same order of merit system that get you into Players' Championship final, World Championships, the match play, etc. You can't change the format of that. So you'd either have to take those 4 events off the rankings, at which point, when it was in Ireland, why on earth would people travel there if there are 4 Pro Tours that aren't ranked? Just because it's double in format, a bit of fun and a bit of prize money, but it's not going anywhere. Or you have to play all 30 Players' Championship events in the same format. Can anyone else get there? Lorraine could. 6,350. Aileen de Graaf can still get there as well, but she'd need Fallon Sherritt to lose now and before she takes any money later. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Si. Yeah. Can both Fallon and Lisa, can they play both? Depends on the PDC. They pretty much hold all the aces right now. Fallon can't because Fallon's not played any of the WDF tour this year to have qualified to be in a position to go to Lakeside. Bo's potentially about to be in both if she carries on playing the way she is right now. She's got WDF qualification on lock since about February last year. And she's a couple of £100 from catching Fallon Sherrock, obviously. The issue becomes if Bo goes to Q School and gets a tour card, would she then be allowed to play WDF? No. Depending on when their World Championships is. Yeah, I lose track. I can't lie. Like, we sit here and stream the majority of things. But can I tell you all the intricacies of which development tour players have picked up a tour card, a World Championship spot, a Grand Slam spot, World Youth Finals, then the Challenge Tour? What happens if somebody on the Dev Tour wins on the Challenge Tour? It's messy. Just wait for somebody that follows that more intricately than I do to tweet it, and I'll tell you what happens afterwards. Anastasia's taking the opener against Mikuru. That's interesting. Mikuru being one of the standout players of the week so far. Robin Byrne has just completed a 40 win against Katie Sheldon. That was enjoyable, that one. Played at a good pace. Both players just got on with it. That is a game we might see over and over for a long, long time to come. It was a 1-2-8 on the bullseye to win it as well for Robin Byrne. Superb. It's ridiculous. I even like the top of darts rankings, which is an absolute godsend as a system, by the way. Whoever is behind that, if you are ever listening to this, we swear by it. It is ridiculously good for something that is as basic looking at a website as it is. It is just so good. It updates pretty much in real time as well. There's nothing better than that to keep up with tour card races, qualifiers, and whatever. They've got little notes at the top of each of them saying these players will qualify for this, this, and this. Change it, but even then, it just still gets messy. Lisa Ashton is doing an absolute job on Aileen de Graaf right now. She's averaging 90 and a 3-0 lead over Aileen de Graaf. Just one more for her. Anastasia Dobromislova 2-0 up on Mikuru Suzuki. That's a 91 average for Anastasia. That's the best we've seen from her so far this week. She keeps that up. Trina Gulliver, Natalie Gilbert, 3 apiece. The winner of that will play Fallon Sherrock, who was the first player into the last 16 about 45 minutes to an hour ago, I think. Do you think they should put like an article on the website of all permutations, etc., different things that can qualify? Potentially. It might exist on the PDPA somewhere. PDC tend not to get involved in any of that because it means they can't manipulate it at a later date. It's so good. I don't know how they've done it, but I'm glad they did. Yeah, I presume it must scalp results from events. There can't be somebody sat at home just going, right, that one's out, that one's out, that one's out, and moving it along by hand. They must attribute prize money to it from this, especially from Dart Connect. Maybe not so much from Live Darts Data. The ranking, the TV events, they might have to do it themselves. Me, controversial? Never. No, look, a lot of it is set out in rules, but I don't like the after the fact clarifications. It should just be a little bit clearer, in my opinion. Is how I should have phrased that. Natalie Gilbert has beaten Trina Gulliver. That's a 4-3 win for her. Mikuru gets one back against Anastasia. Aileen does the same against Lisa Ashton. This has all gone to pot, hasn't it? Fallon sat around ages. Burn Sheldon was the last 16 game. Yeah, exactly. Fallon was the first player through comfortably. It must be nearly an hour. It will be over an hour by the time she plays because you've got Dita 3-1 up. If this game goes deep, even if Dita takes an hour, you've still got another 5 to 10 minutes before Dita's going to get back on the board again. There was a point last week where they were holding a certain stage of the Pro Tours to all get underway at the same point. And I felt like they were going to do that yesterday as well. And then they just started sneaking a few games on and on and on. I guess the Women's Series is a bit more, not under time constraints, but because it's back-to-back events and it's 8.5 hours instead of just under 6 that a Pro Tour usually takes, they don't really have the time to mess around with it. Whatever they're doing with the streaming. Yeah, I don't know who's in charge this week. That's a tournament data life. It is, but usually at least you've got Rachel Brooks to blame, but she's not even... Her board was pretty quick today. They have to hold the last 8 and start them all at the same time, no matter what happens. Lisa Ashton's a leg away from potentially being in the last 8, where she could play Robin Byrne. They could be sat there as a semi-finalist before last 16 games got underway, while last 32 games are still going on. Rhea O'Brien, Mandy Smith will not be rapid. Last 16 streaming game, Vicky Purim against Natalie Gilbert. Interesting. What time does the Euro start? Is it now? Am I going to have to get another window open? To the window! To the wall! Hot feels, Mac. Till... Nope. High TV. Oh, it is on now. We'll just crack on. Lisa Ashton beats Aileen de Graaf 4-2. She will play Robin Byrne in the last 16. I'm going to swap these around. Do you know what? Using Apple equipment is pretty essential in what we do. I don't have a MacBook, but I wish I did. But the one thing that Windows absolutely kicks Apple's backside on for is in Windows 11 and above, you can lock smaller sized windows shapes into place. Apple is just drag them and leave them dumped anywhere. To be fair, Dan, we've seen a lot of Bo this week on the stream, and the chances are you're going to see a lot of her later on as well. So whilst I see the logic in being upset that game isn't picked, that is dangerously good. I'll do some karaoke. Don't you worry about that. I need a few beers first. Bit of the old Dutch courage. Anastasia, 3-1 up on Mikuru, by the way. Get some eyes on that. 1-3-3 for Mikuru to leave 58. Looking like we might get 3-2. We do get 3-2, but it's Anastasia that has the darts in leg 6. I've not got crisps, Denny. Everything but. I've had bacon and cheese turnover, some wine gums, and I just had a white chocolate caramel shortcake. I've got a sausage roll and a box of Maltesers for the afternoon as well. I came prepared, so I do not have to leave this spot. It's written in the crisps. English cuisine indeed. I spent enough on takeaways and stuff, and I didn't really want to go to the door, which is the opposite side of the building, to bring it in. Had a Domino's yesterday, obviously. Bo vs. Corin is underway. Anastasia vs. Suzuki. Advantage, Anastasia is left 130 after 9 darts and has the throw, so 36 after 12. This has been some performance from Anna. She's been pegged back a little bit the last couple of legs by Mikuru, but early signs here that despite an extended break from competitive darts, Anastasia Dobromyslova is not here just to make the numbers up. She wraps up a 4-2 win with a 15-dart leg. That one in the bottom half of the draw as well. Potential semi-final matchup with Bo Greaves or Corin Hammond if they continue to progress. Hedman Clements has gone 3 apiece. I said this was the issue. Dita led this one 3-1. I was like, even if she pins this next leg, 5-minute turnaround, Fallon still sat waiting. Bo takes the opener in 19. Must do live in 15 minutes. All the best, mate. Enjoy. I'll try and get Red Zone on later, side by side with the Euros. See if my fantasy team can actually win a game for a change. Not quite sure how you can have Austin Eckler, Swift, Lamar Jackson, Chris Olave, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and God knows who else I've had this season so far, and be 1-5. Check. 1-6. 1-6. I got beaten in the final last year. Dieter Hedman has beaten Joe Clement. She takes that 1-6 for a 4-3 victory. So she will have a matchup with Fallon in the next few moments. That's interesting ahead in the last 16. Vicky Pruitt, Natalie Gilbert is showing us warming up now. So hopefully that stream game will get underway very, very soon. Maria O'Brien leads Mandy Smith 2-1. Ryan Griffiths and Anka Zylstra underway as well. They would be the potential last 8 opponents for either Fallon or Dieter Hedman. Pretty impressive, Dan, to open up 189, 140. I'm joking. It's cool. She has no score, 25 though. Chance for Hammond for 1 apiece. Didn't expect 20 double 16 for Corin. Maybe 16 double 18. Leaves 16 anyway. Chances are she's going to be 2-0 behind. She is. Gilbert Pruitt, game on. It's a quadro board. Oh, you're not going to like this, Chris, because I'm a standard Englishman. I am, for all my sins, a New England Patriots fan. Is NFL big in Britain? It's getting bigger. Jarlif, who was on stream with me yesterday, he is at Wembley today for the NFL London game. He's been at all 3 this year. It does continue to grow. I think we could host a franchise here. There's talks of us maybe having 2. And there being a 4-team Europe division of the NFL. I don't see how you do that. I've seen other sports bring in franchises and do expansion drafts, but they just start so far behind the ball compared to everybody else. It'd be tough, especially to work them in, unless you bring already existing teams out of the States. And I'm not sure that it's difficult enough trying to convince the Jaguars to do it without trying to convince 3 other teams to do it. So draw is out. Told you it would be soon. Let's have a look at that very, very shortly. Talking about dominoes. Oh, sweet. I could murder another one, to be fair. Yeah, so my favourite NFL team is the Patriots. Because I support Boston, basically. I played basketball as a kid at 12 and 13 and that sort of age, and followed the Celtics. And I've basically picked Boston for all the other sports that I follow. So the Patriots, they were in Super Bowls when I was hitting uni. My first year at uni, the Red Sox made the World Series, and the Bruins, fantastic. Obviously, one of the original 6. Playing the same colour as the Nottingham Panthers. So once I started getting into ice hockey, that just made sense as well. So let's see what we've got. Laura's in. Morning all or afternoon. Maisie's just surfaced to tune in, enjoying Halloween weekend at the minute. So she has a sugar hangover. Yeah, don't give her any Lucozade. Hello, Maisie. How are you? Over 13 data. She's 3-0 up, absolutely flying. I think London team will have to host game in bunches. Yeah. Although flight across the Atlantic is there a massive amount of difference between the flight from the East Coast to the West Coast and the flight from East Coast teams to London? West Coast teams, definitely, but Larry Bird here. I'm not that old, Denny. I'm 27, mate. Paul Pierce era was me. A team in London will probably gain fans from the whole of England and perhaps Britain and Europe if they take it up in their name. Potentially, but the problem with that is a lot of UK, England-based fans already support teams. Like, I'm a Patriots fan. I know for a fact Jar supports the Commanders. Brad, who started with the team, is a Buccaneers fan. Cam is an Eagles fan. I've got friends that are Green Bay fans. My friend Ed is... Who does Ed support? Pittsburgh, maybe? Right, let's have a look at this draw. We'll just pick out the big names. We won't go through absolutely everybody. So Aileen de Graaf is on board number 1. Aurora Fochesato on board 2. Robin Byrne on board 3. Laura Turner on 4. Lorraine Hyde opening up against Bo Greaves on board 5. Board 6, we've got Chloe O'Brien. Board 7, Lisa Ashton against Kirsty Hutchinson to open. Board 8, Anastasia Dobromislova. Board 9, Fallon Sherrock on the same board. Starts off against Juliet Finley, Anka Zylstra, Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat Fontaine Willis on that board as well. On 10, Mikuru Suzuki, Dieter Hedman. On 11, we've got Lorraine Winstanley and Dorothy Felicia Blay. 12, Leanne Topper or Kim Holden, maybe. 13, Rhiannon Griffiths, Wendy Reinstatler and Nolan Van Leuven. 14, opening round of Yuki Sakaguchi against Corinne Hammond. We've got Trina Gulliver and Priscilla Steenbergen on there, as well as Natalie Gilbert. Steph Clark, the other player on that board as well. Rhiannon O'Sullivan on 15. Katie Sheldon on 16. So they have avoided each other again. We will not see them unless they both make the final. Going 5 to 8 hours flying. Yeah, the time zones are the issue. But yeah, Jaguars, I forgot, it's Khan. He owns Fulham, doesn't he? But then they're based in... You can't have the Fulham owner with the team then based at Tottenham. Just mad. Oh, yeah, thanks. Now you surface. Chicago Bears fan. The one time you win again, I thought that was unlosable for us as well. Especially the way you started this season. But just let Fields get out of the pocket way too often. Fallon's sister's playing in this too. Then, yeah, Felicia plays. My last county game, I refereed for them both actually. Fallon averaged just over 90. 3-0 win. She missed a bullseye for a 170. Missed about 4 darts at double in 3 legs as well. And Felicia played as well. I think Felicia had a 74 maybe average, 75. But she plays so fast. At one point, Felicia apologised to me for missing bullseye because it meant I had to count what was left. Are you still in talks to buy Wembley? Is who still in talks to buy Wembley? Wembley's owned by the FA. What makes Green Bay an anomaly? Yeah, they're fan owned, aren't they? They don't have a. They're owned by the city, basically, by the people. They're not owned by an owner. Is a difference between them. So she plays like Danny Lauby. To be honest, she might be even quicker than Danny Lauby. Ridiculously fast. She's up there. She's definitely she's in the conversation with Ricky Evans, Danny Lauby, etc. It's just, and she played against Sammy Marshall from Derbyshire as well, who isn't slow. Smith O'Brien, right? Yeah, that's a 32 game still. Gilbert's 2-1 up on Prim on the streaming board as well. Try not to spoil anything of that for you. And Kazilstra leads 3-0 over Rhian Griffith. So that would be the opponent for Sherrick or Headman in the next round. Danny, I remember when the two of them were teens, just played for Bevan. Yeah, I think they play for Bucks now. Cammy plays as well. Khan's still trying to buy Wembley. I don't know. A lot of teams aren't where they say they are, though, are they? Because Boston aren't actually, the Patriots aren't there, are they? It's like the Manchester Storm, the ice hockey team in the UK, actually playing Altrincham. I agree, Charlie. The faster games are a lot easier. I also would love just one weekend for the county fixtures to be played in reverse order. So the very first thing you do on Saturday morning is the men's A games. Because the difference between the men's A, where the players are averaging 80, 90, and play at the top of the board, keep them straight, and tend to just bang in ton 40s. You know where their switches are, their counting's pretty steady. Compared to the bottom of the board, oops, I've just hit double 16 when I'm going for treble 19. It's a bit more difficult to comprehend at whatever time on a Saturday morning. Underway then in Sherrick versus Headman. We've still got 2-1 as the scoreline between Natalie Gilbert and Vicky Prum, and Kirsty Hutchinson and Mandy Smith will get underway as soon as possible after Mandy Smith has just beaten Maria O'Brien. The Panthers do play Park, North Carolina. Enjoy Excalibur. The thing is, if Khan buys Wembley, what's he going to do? Try and move Fulham there as well? Not happening. They're not leaving Craven Cottage. And after investing the amount of money they have into the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, which many people have told me is the best stadium in this country, Jarlath goes there regularly, raves about it. He's a Manchester United fan, loves Old Trafford and whatever else, but the difference at that Spurs stadium compared to anything else we have in the UK, you wouldn't then just go and put this team at Wembley. Why would you chop up our football pitch when underneath you've got a tailor-made American football playing field? I guess the fact that it's more readily available, you don't have to correlate with Spurs games. A disaster of an opening leg means Fallon is averaging 48, Determined 72. As Headman takes the opener, but Tum 40 in response from Fallon leg number 2. I don't see why the FA would need to sell it though, because if I don't know what they need money for. If they raise money for grassroots game, it will be gone again in 5 years' time. They'll plough it into clubs. It will get wasted at various points through inefficiencies. And then we lose the rights to have a national stadium owned by the national body. I don't like selling that off. The short-term benefit of selling the stadium compared to the long-term impact and then 20 years down the line looking at wanting it back and whatever else is just a pain in the ass. NFL paid so much towards Spurs Stadium as well. Yeah, for hosting London games. So if any team or franchise was based here, you could sort of see Spurs more. One apiece between Sherrick and Headman as Fallon finds a 15-dart leg. Afternoon, Preston. How we doing, buddy? Natalie Gilbert 3-1 up on Vicky Pruin. And that Hutchinson-Smith game still warming up. It does look like they might hold the rest of these to all start at the same time. Tottenham Stadium is beautiful and well designed. I don't want to give them too much credit, but they have done a decent job. Great concourses, great bathrooms. Even the queue-in wasn't a bother. I've heard the touchline bar is fantastic, just all along the back as one thing. No one wants it for the Jaguars because the place where they are in the area won't give them money for the stadium to be upgraded. Not sure I understand that. Yeah, own the stadium, rent it out, 100%. Don't be giving up Wembley to somebody private. Oldest football team in the world? What football? English football or American football? Yeah, if they sell Wembley, they're idiots. What time is it right now? 12, half 12 here. Clocks went the other way. Notts County were the oldest football league team, but then obviously they dropped out of it. Because I used to work for them. There's a debate whether that's now Nottingham Forest, Sheffield, Preston. Yeah, it's weird that your clocks change. The clocks don't all change at the same time. 16 dart leg for Fallon means she's 2-1 up on Dieter Hedman now. Average 78, but she's gone 15-16. That first leg was a total disaster, averaging 48. So that's why that's down there. Other than that, this would be mid-90s with the 2 legs she's won. Do they sell alcohol in the Premier League? You can buy alcohol at grounds, but you're not allowed to consume alcohol in view of the pitch. So you have to drink it on the concourse. It's bloody expensive. And yeah, you can't take it into the stand with you. Which I find mad when you think about it sometimes. Because literally every sport you can take alcohol into stadia. Rugby is about beating the crap out of each other most of the time. No alcohol there. No alcohol ban there. Some leg this from Dieter Hedman. She's got 140, 180, 140 to leave 41 after 9 against the Sherrock darts. Quiz for the chat, nobody Google it. Which are the only 2 teams in the top flight never to be relegated? One of them is Everton. I despise that as a Liverpool fan. I think the other might be Arsenal. Villa have gone down. Villa went down a few years ago. I think it's Arsenal and Everton. Bundesliga. Yeah, just other countries are just that little bit more relaxed than us. That's why we go to the cricket. I was at the cricket the other year with Joe. You just get battered. The ice hockey's decent. I can have a drink there. It's a family sport, though, so you get kicked out if you swear, which is quite a difficult thing for me. We're supposed to, whether or not I gets reported or not, but I'm not sure how I feel about beer showers. I played darts in a away venue, basically a uni venue, so like the couple of hundred people in the crowd, and we had to walk on through the middle of the crowd, and people were pouring beer over our head before we played darts. It was just uncomfortable. The moment when a team scores, like there's videos online of celebrations when England score goals at the World Cup and everybody starts chucking cups up in the air. I think that's a little bit different in that moment, but nailed that quiz answer, by the way. It's 3-1 to Fallon. That exceptional leg scoring wise from Dieter faffed around on the doubles. Yeah, Charlie, it shocked me as well when you're walking in, like, don't abuse the players, don't swear, don't do this, don't do that. Hockey's a sport for everyone, families and whatever, crack on. And then the next thing you know, one of your players is getting done for fighting and the music being played over the top is some, if you listen to the lyric, is some little dig at the referees. I'm like, It is fun, though. It is. I miss it. I'd be there this afternoon, to be fair, if I was at home. Having a terrible season, but, you know, it is what it is. We've got some last 8 games underway. I'll say some. We've got one. Lisa Ashton and Robin Byrne have just gone for it. So their quarter final has just started. Kirsty Hutchinson is 1-0 behind to Mandy Smith. That's the other last 16 game we're waiting on. So we could also start Natalie Gilbert versus Anastasia Dobromislova. The games we can't get underway would be Fallon or Dieter against Anka Zylstra and Kirsty Hutchinson or Mandy Smith against Bo Greaves. Ashton fires in a 15 dart leg to take the opener. Fallon potentially could fire in a 15 to win it. She wanted 139. She leaves tops from that. Hedman leaves 20 from 78. So a chance for Fallon to wrap the match up. She does in 1 dart. It's another 16 dart leg. 2 16s and a 15 in 3 of the 4 that she's won. It's an 84 average for her. I think she's bubbling along quite nicely today, and we could be on our way for that final. 2 games in play then. Which one do we think will get streamed next? Do we think we'll get Fallon and Zylstra? Anastasia Gilbert's just played. Love to see Anna on the stream though. Mandy Smith 2-0 up on Kirsty Hutchinson. Lisa doubles her lead on Robin Byrne as well. That's a 14 dart leg to add to it. 2 legs and 29 darts for her. Oh, you testing me, Craig? I think Everton originally owned Anfield and then sold it because they're idiots. What colour did we first play in? Yellow, maybe? That one might escape me. Everton definitely owned Anfield first, though. Idiots. The expansion plans for Anfield look ridiculous as well. So good. Still time, Mike. Don't you worry. None of our players are fit enough to go to the World Cup, so they get 4 weeks to get fit. Diaz out. Jota out. Fabinho looks miles off. Robin Byrne gets one back. She fired in a 180 to start the leg. It does take 22 darts to wrap it up, but that's one apiece. No, it's not. It's 2-1 to Lisa Ashton. Dirk is battering the freeze right now. 7-3 in that one. The entire team looks exhausted. I don't buy into this hate that Klopp gets about excuses as well. Like, sometimes it's crap, like pitches, grass being too long or whatever. Teams do that things. You just don't tend to hear managers moan about it. So bugger that. But things like the break and how frequently we're playing matches, the players are knackered. They are out of a COVID season that then have a shorter break, then a shorter break to turn around this one because of the World Cup. We were, 4 games away from a perfect season last year and winning everything. We played 60 something matches. Like, they are knackered. Whether people want to accept it or not, or just pass it off as Jurgen moaning is up to them, but it's true. Hutchinson levels with Mandy Smith at 2 apiece. Lisa Ashton's left 20 after 15. Robin Burns back on 177, but can pressure over 2 trouble visit. Finds a 137 to leave tops. Doesn't pressure Lisa at all though. First dart, 16 dart leg, 3-1 to Ashton. Why do some have the GB flag, but others have Wales, England, Ireland, and Scotland? Right, I think it's just whatever happens when they sign up with their nationality. You know, some people say I'm English or I'm British. It's just a little distinction in Dart Connect. We have it on the seniors sometimes as well, although the default seems to be the England flag for most, and we get a lot of the Welsh boys saying, nope, I'm not English. Dirk can't miss the treble. Yeah, ice hockey is definitely different to what it was. Still scrap, but it's not quite. Look, there's skill involved in the game now. To an extent, there wasn't before. It was just beat the hell out of each other. Hutchinson edges ahead once again, 3-2 up on Mandy Smith. Match starts incoming for Lisa Ashton. She wants 68 for a 4-1 win. Robin Burns sat on 86, but it goes in 2, and Lisa Ashton progresses to the last 4. So we have Ashton sat in the last 4 already. We have Hutchinson and Smith 1 leg away potentially from being over. We're waiting on does Bromislova versus Gilbert. That's the last 8 match. Sherrick versus Zylstra is the last 8 match as well. And then the winner of Hutchinson and Smith will play Bo Greaves. My hair is a mess. Just whacked a cap on this morning. So now Lisa's got a big weight. See, they were getting really good at not having big weights. And suddenly they've got in a position where we have a big weight. Some performance from Dirk van Dijvenbode of that. 10-3 victory. Don't think that was meant to happen. Smith Hutchinson's gone to a last leg. Sherrick Zylstra is warming up, so hopefully those players are just pulling off right now. Sausage roll time. Wayne Gretzky was a pure out-and-out hockey machine. I actually think ice hockey is one of the sports in a better place right now. There are some older boys on the edge of retiring at the end of their career. You've got Phil Kessel, who just picked up the Ironman. You've got Ovechkin. We lost to Zdeno Chara last year. You look at the Bruins, and you've got Bergeron and Marchand on their way out. But in terms of the youngsters coming through, I think they're still producing stars left, right, and centre. You've got Connor McDavid absolutely smashing it at the Oilers and that sort of thing. There's just a decent progression of players that mean that sport isn't under threat. Bit noisy out there. I didn't know we won the Olympic gold at 36. It's a long time ago. Let's finish that sausage roll. I mean, ice hockey's not died out here, Denny, but the problem is, modern day, the league is good. It's a little bit slower than what you get in Continental Hockey League. It's behind the DE2, whatever you want to call it. And obviously it's behind North America, etc. But it's basically an import league. And there's a decent core of Brits. Most of them are on their way out now, retiring. The fact they made the elite group for the World Championships was ridiculous. And the story of how they stayed there was even more ridiculous. Beating France 18 months ago, last minute, was crazy. But they're just not... We don't produce enough that is competitive enough at that level. You've got... What's his name? Something Kirk. Liam Kirk is basically the only one that's come out of GB in the last few years that is at any sort of a level. And he's on a development contract at the Coyotes in the NHL, but everyone else was... Basically, the Sheffield boys are on their way out of retirement. Davy Phillips, Jonathan Phillips. Farmer just dropped off a couple of years ago. Matt Myers isn't getting any younger. Luke Ferrara is struggling a little bit this year after his move from Coventry. Bounsy's been okay in goal. Probably one of the brighter sparks, but still not about to go and get an NHL contract or anything like that. So I wouldn't say massive, Rob. I don't have a season ticket. I started going to Panthers games in Nottingham about 3 seasons ago, the last year that Sam Herr was there, who was just exceptional. But I'm one of those, if I get into something new, I want to know as much about it as possible. So I just try and absorb everything. Once the Olympics comes around, I could tell you everything you need to know about Eve Muirhead and curling and that sort of thing. Like, I just absorb information and rules and try and get as much background and reading up on it as possible. The jersey I own, Denny, has got a Swedish player on the back. We had a couple here at the Panthers a few years ago. We've not really got that many European contingents anymore. Just a lot of North Americans. Two-0 to the good goes Fallon Sherrick with a 17-dart leg. The Bromislova and Gilbert won a piece. William Quist. But I bought the charity shirt at auction, the one of a kind ones, and he'd left the club about 2 weeks before that. Was a pretty young lad. Yeah, so anything from Boston, Rob. So it's Bruins, Red Sox, Patriots, Celtics. Might retired now, actually. Played in Denmark for a while. Miami, Orlando, Miami. I'm still not sure I rate Tua as a quarterback, but the difference between him and Teddy Bridgewater is massive. So you look ridiculously good when he's inside. 3-0 Fallon now. I think that was a 13-dart leg. Try that one, Denny. That one's just for you. He's 33 now. Oh, he's retired. He was drafted 2007, number 157 overall by the Edmonton Oilers. Teddy Two Gloves. Bubblegum pop music. Not pop music. Unless you can hear me eating Maltesers, sorry. Opening leg, Michael Smith. The boy came to play. Zylstra bangs in a maximum to leave 144 against Fallon. She's first to a finish. Fallon with the darts is on 195. Two treble visit or better here. She goes favourite. Just 59 though to leave 136. Smith or Humphreys? Gonna go Smith. I know he's just gone 1-0 up. I know he's got the darts. Very easy to say at that point. I was concerned about him last week. Don't think he played that well at the Pro Tours at all. But I'm going to go there. Zylstra with a 16-dart leg. She missed the 144, possibly inside on the double. Came back for 12 and took it out first dart. Gilbert leads Anastasia Dobromislova 2-1. We haven't had a streaming game in a while. Curious to see if that will be Kirsty Hutchinson against Bo Greaves in the quarterfinals, because they are showing us warming up right now. Unless they're keeping Fallon versus Lisa back. Should it go that far? No, we are going to get Bo versus Kirsty. A repeat of the WDF World Championship final. Pretty contrasting fortunes since then as well. We've spoken a lot about Bo. We haven't really seen Kirsty go deep in the women's series since. Sorry, Andrew. very easy to get distracted, especially when there's only 2 or 3 games. When we're in the bulk of a tournament, you can just fly around results, but it's the wrong time of day for an ice hockey stream, though, just in case you're wondering. Luke Humphreys, that's a bit good. Double 18 to take out 92 and a 2-1 lead. That's an early break over Michael Smith. Conveniently, a leg and a bit after I backed Smith. Done it, and I've jinxed him. Zylstra takes out 70 with Sherrick sat on 48, and we're going 3-2. Just a casual fire alarm going off. It works. Gilbert de Brommeslova still 2 apiece in that one, by the way. As Bo takes the opener against Kirsty. 18 darts, I think. Which potentially means the 104 did go. Treble 20, treble 12, double 4. Yeah, Marina was way before me as well. Does anyone Phil Bars knows? If anyone else tried to talk NFL to him, he just says laces out because he saw it on Ace Ventura once. $125 for the match for Sherrick. Zylstra back on 266, so doesn't need to go for this. Gilbert sneaks ahead 3-2 on Anastasia. $78 goes in 3 for an 18 dart leg, and Fallon is into the last 4. She is, where she will take on Lisa Ashton. My, that's tasty. Michael Smith, that's huge right at the break, the 135. Gets back to 3-2. Let's have a quick look at what's going on in the Gilbert de Brommeslova match. Gilbert leads 3-2 with a break as well. She's currently throwing for the match. Hutchinson has just leveled up at 1 apiece against Bo. No, Andrew. Only, where is she right now? If Bo loses this match and Fallon wins the tournament, then there would be £1,000 gap between them. But then I think countback is the last 4 events. So Fallon would literally just need to cash in the next event. If Fallon was to beat Bo in the final, then she'd have a £650 gap going into the last event. If Bo beats Fallon in the final, Bo would lead by £150. Anything else with more quarterfinal, semi-final, whatever to go, then we'll discuss that when it comes up. But Gilbert beats Bromizlova. That's a 4-2 win for Natalie Gilbert. And she effectively takes the job of Andy Murray for the day. If Bo Greaves can get past Kirsty Hutchinson, the big 3 will be joined by Natalie Gilbert in the semi-finals. Bo's missed 4 at double 7 now. But Hutchinson's still back on 175. Fans are 99 to leave 76. 3 more in hand at 14 for Greaves. And it goes third dart, 2-1 to Bo. Still on throw here. Once we get a result in this quarter-final, we'll have a quick ad break as well before the semis get underway. Hopefully they both get underway at the same time. First to 5s at that point. Try and keep you up to date with what's going on between Michael Smith and Luke Humphreys as well. I'm watching it on ITV Hub, so if you're watching it at home, you'll probably see it way before I tell you. Especially as Hub's behind, and then you'll get a delay from me streaming back to you as well. I can't show you the event, obviously, but we can talk it through. Hutchinson finds a 135 to leave 181 after 12, but she's only hit 1 treble in 3 visits before that. Greaves finds 96 to leave 68, so can only pressure here, Kirsty. Probably needs a 2 treble visit to do so as well, but leaves 138, 70 behind with the darts. What's it's a horrible Stephen. If you said skips, then I'd have agreed with you, but Hutchinson leaves tops. Bo bust 68 before? Yeah, she hit the treble 16, and this time I think she misses 2 darts at double 4. Hutchinson's got 3 in hand at tops for 2 apiece. And it goes third dart. Bo did miss 2 at double 4, and we're level again. I don't really like Doritos. I just find them a bit meh. I don't like anything that goes on the top of nachos, so I don't eat nachos. And Doritos are basically cold nachos. Nah, not for me. Barzy's supposed to be joining me if he can find somewhere in Germany to stream from, but I spoke to him this morning. He's like, yeah, cool. He's just gone into hiding. No veggies? No, not really. You don't get to the size that I am by eating vegetables, put it that way. My diet's not great. I used to rely on exercise to keep me slim, but I have a bad back and currently can't do anything, so it's not good. Up the NHS waiting lists we go. Huge response from Greaves, by the way. Hutchinson fired at a maximum and a 171 to leave 145. Bow in the last two, well, she's gone 57, Tun 60, 168 to leave 16, which goes in one dart. It's another 16 dart leg and a 3-2 lead. I know, it's just what I do, isn't it, Preston? On the upside, I get the feeling you lot would rather listen to me than him, so, you know, I'll take one for the team. Greaves once again leaves 68 after 12 darts. Hutchinson has a chance at 146 to level us up. Only a 60 though, and it's advantage Bow. Last time she had this, she missed 2 darts at double 4. And Hutchinson hit tops to punish. This time though, 68 goes in 3, and Bo Greaves completes our semi-final lineup. It will be Fallon Sherrock versus Lisa Ashton and Bo Greaves against Natalie Gilbert. Hello. This is where the fun begins. Just a quick reminder of what the order of merit looks like as it stands. Lisa Ashton streets ahead. If that she beats Fallon Sherrock, she will top £10,000 on the order of merit. What an achievement that would be in a year for an event that pays £1,000 a win. The story is, as it was at the start of the day, Fallon Sherrock leads Bo Greaves by £250. Remember when Fallon met Lisa yesterday? Lisa did a job on her, I think. Natalie Gilbert finds herself a little bit further down the pecking order. If she picks up this title, she'll jump up to 10th. She would basically need another one, though, to get into those top 8 for those free Q School places. But this is the big story here, isn't it? £250 difference between Fallon Sherrock and Bo Greaves. Potential for them to meet in the final. Fallon would have to beat Lisa Ashton to do so. And then we'd be looking at these boxes diagonally across from each other. Who plays in the semis? It's Lisa versus Fallon, and it's Bo versus Natalie. So get your predictions in for those two. Who do you think will pick up the title today as well? Are you still saying Bo? A lot of you were at the start of the day. Have you seen anything different from Natalie Gilbert to maybe end the run of Bo Greaves? Do we think either Lisa or Fallon can do the job in the final? If I'm not mistaken, that would be the first time that Bo has met either of them two in a final. Obviously, Fallon wasn't present in Germany, and I don't think Ashton made it that far at all. The top 8 did enter at stage 1 or stage 2. I honestly don't know, Robbo. Reminder that these are now first to 5. Right, well, you guys have a think about who you think is going to win these semi-finals. We are going to...
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then, folks, to Women's Series Live. We are moments away from the semi-finals of event number 19 this year, with the underlying story, of course, that race for Alexandra Palace, that second spot currently undergoing between Fallon Sherrock and Bo Greaves. Bo has won 6 straight Women's Series titles, an unprecedented level of success. She's 2 matches away from making that 7. Which is ridiculous, really, when you think about it. I dread to think the comments, well, not even the comments. We've had discussions about this on the Live Lounge in the past, especially when we found out Bo was first playing after the women's match play, about how easily she could rock up and potentially win all 8. But do we think that will happen between now and Christmas? Would those top 2 spots be under threat, etc.? Yes. Is the answer, quite clearly. Unsurprisingly, it will be Fallon versus Lisa on the stream. Yeah, draw for event 20 is up. We'll look at that before the final, I think. We had a quick run through it earlier. It is possible once again in event 20 that it would be or could be a Fallon versus Bo final. I think instead of us just looking at the big screen, we will put the Bo versus Natalie game scores on the screen for you guys. And then I will talk you through Lisa versus Fallon as well. How much prize money did Fallon get for playing the World Series rather than the Women's Series? She skipped more than she would have probably gotten in the World Series. Definitely more than she would have got, because I think even the last 16 or whatever invites were like 1,200 quid per event. Will she regret it? Possibly. I don't really think you can turn down the World Series in that spot there, especially in Australia. But I guess you have to question the scheduling as well. Was there Pro Tours going on while World Series events were happening the other side of the world? No, there was not. Afternoon, Simon. Welcome back. Since when is Fallon guaranteed to lose the next match? No such thing as guarantees in sport. Unless you sign a stupid contract or you're a WWE wrestler. I can't believe I just bought a wrestling on my own without Phil Bars here. What happens when you spend 3 days sleeping in the same house as Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar? Yeah, wrestling's ridiculous. Look, Logan Paul is doing a bloody good job in it. It looks like he was made for it. He's got the physique for it. Can tell a story. He's been through the boxing bit as well. And actually, in terms of bringing a new audience to the WWE, Logan Paul is a ridiculously good marketing tool for that. Especially the YouTube generation that is what it is today, and the way that people my age and younger consume content. I'm still not watching it though. Look, Fallon had chosen not to play in the World Series in Australia. There's a good chance she never gets invited again. You look what happened to A.D. Lewis. Am I saying wrestling is fake? No, it's nothing. It's not fake. It's just premeditated. Sherrick wins the ball and opens up 140. Now, when we look back to last year and the times that these two have met on the women's series as they've met in semi-finals and finals previously, tends to be pretty close with a Lisa win, I think, most of the time, or a blowout the opposite way. See how important this start from Fallon is. She goes 140, 83, 140, 138 after 9. I haven't watched that Paul versus Silva, but the fact they were doing TikTok dances with each other, they're not fights either. They're exhibitions as professionals, and it's all a bit weird. But in terms of content creator boxing, some of it's as an idea for entertainment, it's good. As a sport, no. $13 leg to start for Fallon Sherrick. Sounds like every single student Halloween party in the country, Dan. As promised, we will get Bo versus Gilbert up on the screen for you. Superb response from Lisa Ashton. 80-180 tons, lead 141 after 9. Big moments in the European Championships as well. Luke Humphrey has just missed 2 darts for an 8-6 lead. Marcus Smith 3 and out at double 4 to level us up at 7-all. We are back level. Smith has the advantage of throw. Here we go. One apiece between Fallon and Lisa. Seven each in the Humphreys game, Nico. And Marcus Smith just opened up with a maximum in leg number 15. Slip there from Bo, potentially. Natalie Gilbert wants 66 to take the opener. Would be a hold of throw. It is from Natalie Gilbert. She takes the first leg against Bo Greaves. This is where she scores 320 points in 6 darts usually. Not such a good third leg for Fallon. She opened up 140, but so did Lisa. Been treble-less since, including a bounce out. Ashton's left 46 after 12 against the darts. Back-to-back visits are just 22 for Fallon. As Greaves misses the ton checkout. (9-7) Michael Smith. He is thrown for a spot in the European Championships semi-finals. It's relentless from Lisa Ashton. She's gone 1, 2, 3, 60 ton. Fallon needs to start finding some more trebles and pretty quickly. She's 80 behind in leg number 4. Hit that at 180 behind. Gilbert, 14 dart leg, goes 2-1 in front. 2 very comfortable. Well, 66 checkout. Was that an 81 or an 87? Either way, it was pretty clinical from Gilbert. Was averaging 98 herself. Ashton punishes once again. She moves 3-1 in front. There we go, though. Some trebles for Fallon. She bangs in a maximum. Ton in response from Lisa Ashton. Some breathing room in leg number 5 for Fallon. She left 138 after 9. A 180 from Ashton Pressures. Nothing else would leave a finish. And it is at least 6 darts from 138 for Fallon to get back to 3-2. Still trailing by that break, though. Breathing room for Beau Greaves after back-to-back ton 40s leaves 81. Goes in 3. That's a 15 dart leg. She's still averaging 100 at 2 apiece. Ashton leaves 161. Sherrock wants 38. Goes in 2 darts. I'll see which way she did it, whether she went straight for it or if it was 6 for double 16. But that is 3-2. Ashton with the advantage of throwing leg 6. Who only opens with a 45. It was at the opening Fallon needs to get back into this match. He did go straight at the double 19. First dart outside, second dart in the bottom right-hand corner. So 140 from Fallon. She steals the darts, basically, in leg 6. Especially as Lisa goes trebleless once again. Can't help but be impressed with the consistency that Natalie Gilbert is producing right now. She's still living with Beau Greaves, who's averaging 100. That 60 might well be a slip. Only matched with a 60, though. Chance here for Natalie to be first to a finish. Sherrock leaves the big fish after 9 against the darts. 140 from Ashton isn't enough. who hasn't hit a treble so far in this leg and continues not to do so, scoring just 45, so at least 6 darts from 170 this time. What a 180 that is from Bo Greaves. Responded with a 137. We've already seen a 66 and an 87 from Natalie Gilbert. Will she get a chance at the 78? She will. It's at least 6 from 110 now as Ashton fails to leave a finish, and it is a 110 checkout for Fallon for a 15 dart leg of her own and 3 apiece. Best of 3 now in that game for a spot in the final. Natalie Gilbert, clinical on the finishing once again. That's 3 mid-range, 2 to 3 dart checkouts that Natalie Gilbert has taken with pressure from arguably the best player in the game right now. Need some more Maltesers to get me through this. Now then. If Gilbert can find a ton or better here, she cannot. And the chance of playing the spoiler would have just increased dramatically. Superb from Bo, though, who leaves the 2 dart combination. Fallon leaves 96 after 15. Ashton back on 216. 140 or 180, she goes favourite, because that applies some serious pressure to the 96. Just 56 to leave 160. 96, 2 dart then for Fallon. You'd expect her to return if she needs it, as Greaves takes out the 98 and 3 for a level game in that one as well. Both games level at the minute until Fallon Sherrock checks out 96 in 3. She now leads Lisa Ashton 4-3. All smiles from Michael Smith in his interview. The top of his shirt looks a bit more pink than usual, or am I just looking at it weirdly? Back-to-back 140s for Bo. Is this the moment she makes her move? If Bo beats Fallon in the final, is it still possible? Yeah, there's still an event to go. 41 after 9 for Bo is ridiculous. If Bo beats Fallon in the final, Bo will lead by £150 heading into the final event. If Fallon beats Bo, she'll lead by £650. If neither of them manage to get to the final, Fallon will lead by £250. If one of them falls now and the other one goes on to win it, then the margins change more. Looks like we might get a deciding leg in the Ashton Sherrock game. Lisa wants 56 for 4 each. Fallon sat on 100. Lisa leaves double 9. Did she just go 20 double 18? It's 100 for Fallon for today's final. And it goes in 2 darts. Fallon Sherrock beats Lisa Ashton to reach the final of Women's Series number 19. Are we about to see that all-important showdown. Bo Greaves is a leg away from setting that up. She takes out 8 in 2, now leads 4-3. Yeah, she's been allowed to play for the last 2 years. You have to be 16 or over development tour age to play, but Aurora Fortunato is 16. She just opted not to, was concerned about her throwing action. Looks like we're heading for that final, folks. 134, 140 from Bo. A 70 to leave a 3 dart combination after 9. Gilbert cannot leave a finish. Adjustment from the marker. Maybe it was just a 60 scored. She leaves 110 after 12. You expect Natalie to use the 19s here. 95 for 170. 133 for the Champagne 132. $83 does none of that, and it's at least 6 darts from 110. Leaves 52. Not enough from Natalie to pressure. You expect Bo Greaves to check this 52 out and set up that mouth-watering final with Fallon Sherrock, which is exactly what we get. They both win by the same scoreline. It was a 5-3 win for Fallon over Lisa Ashton. It's a 5-3 win for Bo Greaves over Natalie Gilbert. That final will be coming very, very soon. Wow. Who are we backing for the final then, folks? There's still £250 difference between them, GeoGuessr. It's where they started at the start of the day. No, Sherrock will not be secure. Right. This is the live order of merit. Fallon Sherrock still leads by £250 over Bo Greaves. It's 6,850, place 6,600. If Fallon wins this final, she would lead by £650 heading into the final event and would need 350 or more, which would be she'd need a semi-final to guarantee safety. If Bo wins this, she'd lead by £150. And obviously, Fallon would then have to win more than £150 to get there. Bo would have to do that to stay in front. Who is under more pressure? Probably Fallon right now, because it was her that had the massive lead to start with. I'm not worried, Craig. I'm just intrigued. There is a lot on the line right now. The draw has been done for the next event. Let's have a quick look at this one. On board one, we've got Aileen de Graaf against Josie Patterson. Aurora Fochasato is on 2, so Samantha Lewis, Courtney Hine, Robin Byrne, Laura Turner. Board number 5, Bo Greaves starts against Lorraine Hyde. Six, we've got Chloe O'Brien, Rachel Brooks. 7, Kirsty Hutchinson against Lisa Ashton. How important could that match there be? And then potentially a quarter-final matchup between Lisa and Bo. Fallon's on board 9. She starts off against Juliet Finley. She's been pretty steady this week. Would play Zylstra, Van Vegan and Vermont Willis. Then she'd run into Mikuru potentially, or Dieter. It's a good chance. Neither of them go deep in the next one. Cheers, Greg. Don't bloody watch there. If Bo wins and in the final event, yeah. Who do I personally think will make it out of the 2? I think Bo will finish second at the minute. Unless Fallon wins his final. Right, a couple more minutes before we get underway. If you've got any more questions, drop them in the chat room. While you're there, drop us a like on the stream as well. I'm going to run a quick little lab break as well, just to keep everybody happy. We're back after this one.
This is just the beginning.
recap then to Women's Series Live here on Online Darts. We are moments away from the final in event number 19, and it is possibly the most important game. Is this one of the most important games in Women's Series history so far? Or have I overstated that a bit? Have we ever had a more important final than this? We've had Lisa and Fallon trade in positions 1 and 2. We've seen Dita finish in the top 2 before. But in terms of ranking, this close to a cutoff have we ever had a more important Women's Series match than this? PDC has uploaded quite a few videos from the Euro Championships, but nothing from the Women's Series. Are you surprised? Depends what team they've got where. So their highlights videos are done through a video clipping software package that you basically run the stream through and top and tail and that sort of thing. And chances are the majority of their guys are on the major coverage rather than the Women's Series coverage. There's a chance they might go back and upload a stream board highlights package throughout the day, but that takes more time to chop up, etc., because they're not posting clips constantly from that board. Could be more important in event 20, Simon. Yeah, 100%. But up until this moment, this is meteoric. Is that an exaggeration? Have I gone too far with that? As both players are bulling off. We get Dark Connect going live because Bo has won the bullseye. Here we go then, potentially 9 legs. How is it even this close? Because Bo's only played in, this is her 7th Women's Series event this year. Fallon's played in, what would she have played in? This is her 13th. Right. This is Fallon's 15th. Because Bo didn't start playing until after the Women's World Match play. We've seen Lisa Fallon win 3 titles this year and 2 finals as well, including this one. Helps if I share the tab, doesn't it, guys? Because the game's underway. Hasn't had a dart at that. That'll be 19-19, treble 20. The Mensur Sulovic then for the first leg for Bo Greaves. And it goes in 2 darts for a hold of throw. Should he just taken out 301 in 6? He has, you know. How big is that in the European Championships? The last leg before the first break. Much needed 140 for Fallon as Greaves goes ton. The 180 though gives her the advantage in leg number 2 for an early break. .140 in response for Fallon, leaves a 2-darter. Greaves misses the ball. Fallon takes out 82 in 3 for a 15-darter. We're level at 1 apiece. Let's have a look what happens with that bullseye. It was a misstart of the bullseye. It wasn't miles away either. It's never going to be if you're at the 25. It's 25, 17, and tops for Fallon for 1 apiece. Back-to-back trebleless for Fallon, and Greaves sets up the 136. Plenty of time at it as well. Tops after 12. Some leg this from Bo. Basically forcing your opponent to go out in 12 lap darts or better. It's a 13-dart leg for Greaves, who's now averaging 106. Just no panic from Bo, is there? She just keeps coming straight back at you. No finish left for Fallon. 2 treble visit from Greaves would give her an outside shot at the 120 something. Doesn't even finish though, so 6 darts from 180. What's the record average on the women's series? Good question. I think we've seen Fallon hit a couple of hundreds, possibly Lisa too, last year. I don't quite think they were 106s though. Big moments then as the 40 is pressured. She hit tops for the first leg. She takes out 40 in 2 for her second leg as well. 2 apiece once again. Do I think it will hurt Fallon's status if she gets knocked out by Bo? Not really. I don't think it hurts anyone losing to Bo, to be quite honest with you. What a leg. Ton 80 ton from Fallon, ton 80 for Bow on her own darts. Under all the pressure in the world. 1-2-1 from Fallon to leave a 2-darter. Oh my. We've already seen Bow miss the ball for a 1-2-1. She leaves 64. Yeah, the draw at the Worlds is massive. Just 60 score from Fallon to leave tops. Greaves 2-dart 64. Should get at least 1 dart at double 16, and it goes in 2. Just unrelenting this. Bow Greaves takes a 3-2 lead. Clean as a whistle, treble 16, double 8. It's quite fascinating how the scoring patterns are just following each other. They both have a bad visit, then they both have a great visit. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm just going to sit and watch the numbers on the screen. This is ridiculous. So good. 25 from Fallon. Will she go 9-8-8, 17-4? Will she take it out for 3 apiece? She will take it out for 3 apiece, and we're down to a best of 3. Cannot overstate the significance of this match in the race to Alexandra Palace anymore if I tried. If Bow Greaves wins 2 of the next 3 legs in this match, she will lead by £150 heading into the final event. For the first time, she will occupy that 2nd spot. If Fallon Sherrock wins 2 of the next 3 legs, including breaking Bow Greaves' throw at some point, she will lead by £650, meaning a semi-final would be enough for Fallon to qualify 2nd. And perhaps rather importantly, Bow Greaves is on a collision course with Lisa Ashton in the quarterfinals in the final event. Fallon Sherrock could well have to get past Mikuru Suzuki to reach that point on her own. 81 after 9 against the Greaves throw. You'd like to, well, in most senses, you'd say she'd get 6 darts from here, but you just do not know with Bow Greaves. And at that point, do not give her the chance. Do not afford that opportunity. She leaves tops. It's been good to her in this match so far. We've seen Bow take out 1-5-8 to win the title yesterday. We've seen her take out a 1-1-2, I think it was, when she was up against it against Aileen de Graaf, and she takes out a 1-4-8 for a 15-dart leg. Is that the moment that Bow Greaves has just booked her spot at Alexandra Palace? That is ridiculous. How do you even live with that? I can't believe what just happened either. I said you can't afford to give her a chance at it. Just how? And it looks like this one is done. That has completely killed off Fallon Sherrock. As Bo now leaves 81 after 9. Reminder, which is what Fallon did in the last leg, and lost the leg in 13 darts. And it goes in 2. That's an 11 dart leg to win the match. Bo Greaves has just averaged 108 in the women's series final. That pretty much has to be a record, I'm sure of it, to beat Fallon Sherrock in event number 19, the first time they've met on the women's series. And the win goes to Bo Greaves, who now leads by £150 on the order of merit. Can anybody stop Bo Greaves? Just wow. I don't really know what to say now. I can't believe that just happened. You couldn't have done much more against the Bo Greaves throw to take the lead. You're in a best of 3 situation. You're coming back for tops after 12 darts to get the breaker throw you need, and you've got 2 chances for a £650 lead. My gosh. The worst leg of the match was 17 darts. After that first leg, we were at 15-13, 14-14, 15-15, 11. That's just crazy. Now, Robbo, forget that comment. The PDC marketing team will be worried. No, forget that. Worried about what? 2 of the greatest female dart players of all time have just produced one of the best matches you will see all year, including one of the best checkouts to save your skin in any situation you will ever see. There's no worry about that. You'd be rubbing your hands with glee if these 2 are going to stick around for the next 20 years at the top of the women's game and bring on youngsters that are inspired by what these 2 are doing. If you're not excited by that as anybody in the sport, then I don't know what to tell you. The same way for a long, long time, there has been room, it just hasn't been used properly for Lisa and Fallon to be at the top of the pedestal. Looking at that, there's room for God knows how many of them at the top right now. Just marveling how good they are. Couldn't have said it better myself, Danny. And let's not forget, this is not over yet, by the way. £150. Beyond the last 16, every single round is worth £150 or more the further you go. It's only one round extra. Only one round extra. And we're set for a ridiculous climax to the women's series now. As event number 20 will get underway very, very shortly. Reminder, they're in opposite halves of the draw. Quarterfinal potential matchup between Lisa and Bo. Potential same for Fallon and Mikuru. Plus the scattering of all of the players in this women's series. Don't forget about any of them. We are set for a ridiculous afternoon. As event number 20 will be underway very, very shortly. Right, you know the deal by now. I'm going to take about a minute and a half and we'll be back to start event number 20 after this.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then, folks, to Women's Series Live as we are moments away from the start of event number 20. We have the first game on. It's Eileen de Graaf versus Josie Patterson. It all ends here. Yeah, a long way to go before Bo plays in the World Seniors. A reminder, she's got 5 years on a development tour if she wants it. 56 Women's Series games in a row. How can you be a live streamer that doesn't know what to say? Yeah. Bo and Fallon are tied. Who qualifies? It would be Bo. Based on your performances in the last 4 events. Yeah, definitely last 4, because we looked at the same for Wesley Placier for the European Championships. A few opening legs on the board then. Aileen de Graaf 1-0 up. Anastasia Bromislova 1-0 up. Jo Clement 16 dart leg to take lead against Carly Townsend. Samantha Curtin takes the first against Mikuru Suzuki, who was a little bit flat in her defeat earlier. And so we do it all again. Corinne Hammond takes open against Yuki Sakaguchi. We got a first look on the board for Stephanie Rennock. It's pretty impressive in Germany. I haven't seen an awful lot of her this weekend, though. You do sort of have to say what a difference having that next layer of players makes to this event as well. Obviously, in Germany, we saw the top 7 or 8 travel, but it seemed to be like 9 down to 17 were absent. It just feels like a few more shocks are on the card. on Sam Willis, Van Vegan and Vermaat, one apiece. Rihanna O'Sullivan's taken the open against Rebecca Browse. Hailing de Graaf has raced into a 3-0 lead on Josie Patterson. Julie Thompson's taken the open against Noelin van Leuven. Anastasia's doubled up against Josie Patterson. We've got one apiece between Danielle Fry and Aurora Fujisato. Jane Robson leads Lauren Hitchens 2-0. Will this be the end of Sharrock? No. Why would it be the end of Sharrock? Why on earth would one loss to Beau Greaves, which everybody in the world is doing right now, be the end of a mid-20-year-old dart player who potentially hasn't even reached their prime yet? Is Lisa that far ahead of her? She's ahead of her in the rankings now. And actually, in the race to the match play next year, she starts as the disadvantaged one. She's missed 4 out of 8 of those events. Lisa missed 1 of those. Beau's won 7 of them so far. But Lisa's just beaten Fallon, has beaten Fallon before. Let's not get carried away right now, folks. Better slightly isn't the end for Fallon, is it? It's still competitive. Floor events, I'd probably tend to agree with you. Up on stage, in front of a big camera, the only time we've really seen Lisa deliver what she's capable of in front of a TV camera was the first set against Jan Decker at the World Championships. And even then, she couldn't finish the job. If you're all out there throwing a party because you think that's the end of seeing Fallon Sherrock on TV, I think you're all very much mistaken. The PDC, the broadcasters, the demand in this sport will not just swap one over. They'll just bring Beau up to the same level. Yeah, it's £150. An early exit. If they meet again in the final and Beau doesn't take out 148, for instance, I could be a quarter. I love that line, and someone brought it up earlier as well. Anybody on their best form can be a World Championship quarterfinalist. My best darts are good enough for a World Championship quarterfinal. I just don't produce them anywhere near as often as Van Gerwen, Sherrock, Greaves, County A player. Why on earth would Fallon retire? Come on, stop trolling. Give you read a Warple. Those 3-0 up on Lorraine Hyde, averaging 85 at the minute. Got Corin Hammond 2-1 up on Yuki Sakaguchi. Mikuru Suzuki from 1-0 down is now 2-1 up on Samantha Kirk, but she's only averaging 65. Anastasia Dobromizlova beats Louise Pearson 4-0 though. She progresses. As did Eileen de Graaf, by the way. She beat Josie Patson 4-1. Monkey, I've played in front of 2,000 people, mate. I've coped with pressure. It's the same way I say Chris Dobie could be world champion or world championship quarterfinalist because he can cope with pressure. Has Michael Smith proved he can cope with pressure? He's been a world championship finalist. Has a woman ever hit a 9-darter? Yeah. I think Fallon and Bo have both got one to their name. Bo completes a 4-0 win over Lorraine Hyde into the last 64. Dobie's been in a world semi, hasn't he? Or a match play semi, so he's slowly proved it before. Just because you've never seen me play doesn't mean I haven't proved it. Van Vegan and Vermaat takes a 3-2 lead over Fonsal Willis. And Chilton gets one back against Lucy Cunningham. Corin Hammond sees off Yuki Sakaguchi. A bit of a disappointing weekend for Yuki, but that's a good win for Corin. Outside of the big three, has any other girl won an event recently? What PDC event? Lorraine Winstanley's won one this year. Dieter's picked up titles in the PDC before as well, as is Mikuru Suzuki. Elsewhere, depends who's travelled where. I forgot her name now. Donna Gleed wins 4-1 against Jackie Wilkinson. Who won in Northern Ireland the other week? Trina's won a women's series. Yeah, that was a big story as well. Can't believe I forgot that. Denny says 16-year-old Oscar Lukasiak from 9 Data. Don't know. Stephanie Rennox beating Anne Dorestein 4-1. It's sort of been the story of Aileen de Graaf's career, to be honest. Has just been in that next level for a long, long time. She's been to Lakeside multiple times with a great chance of winning it, but then you run into a Lisa or a Mikuru. I'm not sure if Lorraine did, you know. Has she won one? She did. She won Women's Series 10. I think there's 7 Women's Series winners in total. Aurora Fortusato beats Danielle Fry 4-2. Noelyn Van Leuven leads Julie Thompson 3-1. Tara Deemer, Kirsty Chubb warming up as a Trish Kidd, Yvonne Taylor. Yvonne Taylor played very, very well against Bo Greaves earlier. Someone give me a rundown of what Dobie's saying in his interview. He looked a little bit agitated at one point. Was he talking about the crowd or something? Discussed that a few times today. Look, don't rule it out from the PDC is all I'm saying. That's all right then. I didn't know if he was asked about the crowd because it looked like he shushed them at one point as well in the match. I didn't know if something had gone on, but Anonymous, that's just nonsense. First of all, you can't promote a player that hasn't played in your system. Right? This is only the 8th time that Bo's played in the Women's Series this year, out of possible 20. Opted for WDF events on the same weekend. Her performances in Germany earned her a spot in the World Youth 96, and she turned it down. I just don't buy that line at all. You go too big, too early, it bites you in the backside. They literally did an interview with her last week. Does this mean if Grieve betters Sharek here, then Fallon is not in the world? Via the order of merit, yeah. The top 2 will get the spots at Alexandra Palace. Don't know what the record is for men's. I presume it's Phil Taylor or Michael Van Gerwen. What is Ross Smith walking on to? Can't remember. Red light spells danger. It is. I don't know what Bo said on Q School, to be honest. But the focus of every interview she's given for the last 6 months has been about just enjoying the game. Q School is a different pressure. And like I keep mentioning, she's 18. She's got 5 years on the development tour first if she wants it. I say first, like tour card holders aren't allowed to play on the development tour, but you get what I'm saying. What party line, Alan? I'm just saying it from both sides. There's just people love to pick a side and just go extreme one way or the other. I'll just give some balance in both directions. Does she still go to school? I don't think so. She's 18. Although she might still have to be in further education. She might be at college or something. Or an apprenticeship. They changed the UK laws a few years back, didn't they? Who do I think will do well at Q School? I don't really know, to be honest. This year's so tough to call because there's so many that are potentially looking at Q School that don't want to do well. There are some dropping off the tour that you think actually could do with a reset and a time playing in the Super Series for a year and a Challenge Tour season and whatever else. You got some of the older guys now that are looking at seniors opportunities, so don't necessarily want a card. You'd be a fool to rule out. If Wesley Placey doesn't get a card, I'll be very, very surprised. I'm not sure if Gian Van Veen's got one yet, but he'd be another one from Europe. Robert Owen's already got his. Thibaut Tricot has to get a card at some point, surely. Jelle Klassen's played pretty well last year. Expect him to get his back. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to run a quick ad break. I think somebody's trying to get in.
This is just the beginning.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. Someone was banging on the door to get into the building. Back to the conversation then. Should be a Dangerous Super Series. Not sure if I'm allowed to tell you when, but she is booked in for a week down here. JDZ loses card. Potentially. She enjoys WF stuff. Yeah, look, she prioritised WDF before the match play was announced this year. The French have to be in the World Cup next year. And if it comes down to a French broadcaster taking the World Cup and they don't, it's just ridiculous. The GB flag is just in the setup for Dark Connect. There's no real reason behind it. Who do we have in week 2? Who are my 6? I expect Duff, Hall, Jared Cole, Rick Wood, Gillett, and Darren Johnson to be my 6. Right, what have we actually missed there, Mario? Discussing all of that. We have wins in the last 1, 2, 8 for Aileen de Graaf, Aurora Fortusato, Donna Gleave, Deborah Watling, Bo Greaves, Joe Clements, Sarah Roberts, Anastasia de Bromislova, Adriana Van Vegan and Vermaat, Mikura Suzuki, Stephanie Rennock, Anne Chilton, Nolan Van Leuven, Corinne Hammond, Rhiannon Sullivan, Jane Robson and Chrissy Manley. We also have a last 64 win for Jo Locke already. She's beating Michelle Andrews 4-1. We have De Graaf warming up, Sheldon warming up, Leanne Topper about to get underway. We have Fallon Sherritt currently 2-1 up on Juliet Findlay. Make that 3-1. We have Lisa Ashton and Kirsty Hutchinson underway at 0-0 there on the stream right now. Lorraine Winstanley leads Felicia Blade 2-1. We've got Wendy Reinstadler taking the opener against Rhiannon Griffiths. Christine Redhead is the 1-0 up on Nanaku Shimuzu. Barbara Hospoderska 1-0 up on Helen Ward. We've got Rose Moore and Tammy McKenzie 1 apiece. Steph Clark's leading Natalie Gilbert 3-1. That'd be a shock considering Gilbert just made the semi-finals. Yvonne Taylor 2-1 up on Trish Kidd. I think we are caught up with everything that's going on right now. Europe, opening leg went to Peter Wright. give them a 6 for next week. Hopefully I'll get to chat to, well, I will get to chat to a couple of them in the morning. Big shout out to Prakesh Jiwa, who's qualified for the World Championships via the Indian qualifier, beating Nitin Kumar in the final. 5-0 up, wins 6-4, so gets a little bit nervy, but well done to him. Played very well in the last seniors event in Manchester as well, actually, did Prakash, so keep an eye out for him next year. Looks like his game is back on the up. Former tour card holder. Anything else? Does Bo have a nickname? Bow and Arrow. His first words. I know that's mad for Prakash. For a man that's had a tour card, been around as long as he has, I don't think he was eligible for the Indian qualifier until very recently. Ashton goes 1-0 up. Ryan Statler doubles up against Ryan Griffiths. Gilbert gets one back. Kirsty Chubb has beaten Tara Deema 4-0. Yeah, it's per throw or per visit. Afternoon, Dan. How we do? You're buzzing right now, aren't you? Big win for Newcastle earlier in the week. We've got Chris Dobie in a major semi-final. He's buzzing. England Youth Grand... Yeah, who's in the Youth Grand Prix finals? It's too hot in here now for that jumper. Lorraine Winstanley beats Felicia Blay 4-1. Finley's got a leg back against Sherrock. Gilbert's levelled up against Steph Clark to 3 apiece. Ashton's gone 2-0 up on Kirsty Hutchinson. In this women's series, that's the first. Yeah. Fonsal and Willis. What weight and brand of darts do I throw? Now we're talking, they're here. I throw with Target, Adrian Lewis, Gen 2s. I think they're 21s or 22s. I can't remember if they come in 21 and 23 or 22 and 24. Whichever it is, it's the lower one of those. 22, I think. L-style flights and stems and data dart ghost grip points. However, if he's listening, I'm going to steal a set of Jim McEwen's when I'm in Reading because they're lovely. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I threw. They were 25 as well. I never throw that heavy, but maybe weight is the way forward. DeGraff 2-0 up on Terry Francis Kidwell. Can't see it anymore. Did I just miss a result for Fallon Shark? I did. She beats Juliet Finley 4-2. Dobie going all the way. If Peter Wright loses this match, albeit from 3-0 up, are we guaranteed a first-time major winner? Or have I just made that up? Dirk's not 1-1. Michael Smith, US Darts Masters, no. Dobie and Ross Smith. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, I've only just noticed he's swapped darts again. Obviously, he swapped darts. It's Peter Wright. It's what he does. But he's gone back to the elements that won in the second World Championship. Interesting. Who's Bo got in the next round? I don't know. Might be my job to know, but you know. He's not serving a bagel in a race to 10. Come on now. Ross Smith's far too good for that. Famous last words. Bo will play Anne-Marie Potts next on board 5 after Nanaku Shimizu and Christine Redhead finish. He's got new darts coming for the Worlds, hasn't he? Yeah, but that's a long time away. They'll probably get him to him before Minehead, and he'll bin him off before he even leaves the southwest. It's the southwest, isn't it? Geography, not much. I'm not sure what is my strong point, but it's not geography. Steph Clark beats Natalie Gilbert, the semi-final from the last event, who ran Bo Greaves mightily close as well. Some excellent finish in that one. Is beaten by Steph Clark in a last leg decider. Robin Byrne making her way through comfortably over Rebecca Edwards. She beat Katie Sheldon on stream earlier. That was a really good watch. Peter Wright should be the most marketable darts player in the world, right? The look, the titles, the fact he likes to open his mouth a little bit, and whatever else. But because, and he changes enough, right? He changes style enough that you can pretty much find a set for absolutely anybody. But because he changes so frequently, there's no stint of, all right, I'm going to use these for 6 months for people to get used to him, see him throwing them. You just can't, well, you can and you can't, but every time they release a set, he's not throwing them for 3 months, so they're not in the public eye again. There's nowhere massively public to buy his shirts from either. He still doesn't sell darts yet. I don't think anybody sells dart shirts in kid sizes. That's the next step, isn't it? To be attractive to that market. Jeez is in. Hello, mate. Not seen you in a long, long time. How we doing, buddy? Mark, weight could be the way forward. Yeah, I'm thinking I might try a bit heavy, you know. I'm throwing all right, though. I don't want to tinker too much. But does my earlier statement we lose one of the seniors with Prakash winning tour? I don't think he's won a tour card, has he? He's just won the World Championship qualifier. No tour card. If he goes far enough in the world, he could earn a tour card outright. But to do that, you need to basically make the semi-finals, don't you? Of course, I will not take offence for having the European Tour finals on at the same time. Katie Sheldon beats Grace Ferridge 4-1, just under an 80 average for Katie. Rachel Brooks leads Chloe O'Brien 1-0. We've got Zylstra and Van Veegen and Vermacht underway. Am I making things up, or does the winner of that play Fallon? Greaves is something else. Did Ross just get a leg? Is that what that go on was? Told you wouldn't get bageled. Come on. What, darling?
Yeah.
What? Oh, we're going to make some noise now.
Yeah. Not going to bother you, was that?
I mean, I'm live streaming, but it'll be alright.
I'm not taking the door off because I ain't got a closure on there actually. I'll take the door off. Easy.
Oh, even better.
I was thinking one of those closures on there. You know what most of them have got on?
Yeah.
So closures.
Yeah.
So
Sweet.
easy to take the door off and do it.
Adrian Lewis sells. Yeah, look, trying to get hold of these were ridiculous at one point. They were like the brand new 40 quid a set. You were still paying 35 second hand. So just talking to a camera. Ross Smith a leg on the board. So easy now to get them made. Probably have some 20s chipped up. Got another hero moment recently. Saved a few. Excalibur, who are you talking to? Am I in the woodshed? I'm not in the woodshed. I'm in the interview room at the Moda Super Series. So this is what I see, and this is what my background is. This is what you guys see. And the cameras, the other side. The magic of TV. Yeah, so when I bought my darts, I had one set and I had the Target Firestorm points, and I think they're called, and I snapped one clean in the board. And I managed to get it out with a repointer. So I dragged it out, fine, put another set in of the same points, and they did it again, but it snapped too close to the end of the barrel. I used some alum powder, but I don't think I did it properly, and it wouldn't get rid of the point. So I went looking for another set. I tinkered for about 6 to 8 weeks, couldn't find anything I was comfortable with, and then found somebody selling 2 sets, both the same weight for 50 quid. I was like, perfect. So now I've actually got 8 functioning barrels, and then 2, and then 1 with a point still snapped off in it, but it'll do for now. Yeah, it wasn't even storm points. It was just fire points. I can't remember what they're called. Let me have a look on my... Oh, are orders still on there? Since they made me update my password. How many... Did anyone else get 16 million emails from Darts Corner to update their password, by the way? Tis was infuriating. And I've got my password wrong. Excellent.
It's got a bit of noise. I'm doing the door.
That's all right. And we're back. I no longer have a door. It's catching on the floor where they put the floor tiles in, so just trimming off the bottom. I did mute the microphone for a second. Yeah, it was easier. It's cool. Stephen, give it rest. He has switched darts again to the first World Championship darts. It's not Fallon's last chance because Fallon has her destiny in her own hands as well. If she wins the tournament, she's there. But Hutchinson has come from 3-1 down to force the 7th leg, yes. And is 81 points ahead. 85 points ahead. 5 points ahead? 10 points behind even. Close enough. $54 for Hutchinson. 14. Ooh! Kirsty Hutchinson had 2 darts in hand at tops to knock out Lisa Ashton. And she's hit the big one. I presume Lisa Ashton hit 9 because the camera had already checked away to double 16. But it is Lisa Ashton who progresses. That was quick.
Yeah, it don't take long.
We're going on mute again.
Hey.
It's all right. It'll be 2 minutes. In fact, let's go have a break and then I'll keep everybody happy.
This is just the beginning.
Time that well. Doors back on. Sweet. And we're off. Sharing weight of next darts. What darts? Now, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. You're talking riddles. What do we have next on stream? Trina Gulliver against Noelin van Leuven. Is that a new shirt for Trina as well? The blue one instead of black. Not sure it then suits the rainbow effect she has anyway, but it will do. What do we have going on then? Van Leuven leads Palmer 2-0. Dieter Hedman leads Patton the same. Chloe O'Brien behind to Rachel Brooks. Rainwind Stanley underway shortly. Bo Greaves the same against Anne-Marie Potts. Maria O'Brien one up on Hilary Kirkbride. Aileen de Graaf leading Jack Locke. What else we got? Come at me. Dieter Hedman 3-0 up on Laura Patton. Ross Smith, for a man that was getting bageled earlier, is potential. Oh no, it's 5-3 behind. I think there was somewhere between 80 and 90 to start today. That's nonsense. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Ashton should let Bo win. She deserves it so much. That's not how sport works. It's never how sport has worked. And they've still got to meet each other at that point as well. No Vicky Pruim. Not seen her name, to be fair. Unless she was already in the last 64, we do have some 32s underway. She's there. She plays Denise Cassidy on board 4. They just got a slow board. They had 2 1-2-8 games, which is Watling versus Turner, which was 4-1. They still got Hanley versus Pope in the 1-2-8 as well. And then Pruin plays Cassidy in the last 64 game. So we've got last 32 games starting, and we've still got 1-2-8s going on other boards. What a mess. It happened in Australia a couple of years ago. I can't remember who it was. I want to say it was the English-looking guy. Was it David Platt? That got done in a round-robin fixture. Was already going through and basically threw the match to allow a friend of his to come through the group as well, knocking someone else out, and they both got done for effectively match fixing. Dieter Hedman beats Laura Patton 4-0. Local tournaments are a bit different though, aren't they? Like me playing against whoever down the dog end. I'm not saying it's encouraged or anything like that, but they're not DRA regulated and there's no real sanctions on that at that point, is there? So And at that point, you still have to prove it. David Platt admitted it, so I think they were overheard discussing it, to be honest. I'm convinced it's David Platt. If it's not, someone correct me, or apologies to David. Yes, the badminton players in the Olympics who were all thrown out, all four, 2 pairs, wasn't it? Because they wanted to avoid somehow winning meant that they played the top 2 from China or Malaysia, I want to say. So they both were just playing to lose. Not sure. Do you know what I find weird about the PDC is that they just don't carry their darts around with them. I appreciate for the walk on, it's for a safety thing, but every time they leave the stage, it's just darts left on the table. I couldn't do that. I'm so used to just carrying them around in my pocket. Even at an event, I'll keep them in my pocket or I'll have them in my hand. And when I go to the bar or something, like, I've got a case, I've got a table, don't want to put them down. It's weird. Unless I'm about to lose, and then I might slam them on the table like an absolute dickhead. Hashtag dark arts. I'm not that bitter. Jane Robson, 3-0 up on Chrissy Manley. Maria O'Brien, the same against Hillary. Kirkbride. We've got DeGraff, 3-1 up on Joe Locke. Bo Greaves takes opener against Anne-Marie Potts. 20 dart leg, I believe. Yeah, I like the tennis system, and it infuriates me that the PDC have never employed that. It's been spoken about a lot. I think Peter Verbeek was one of the first to properly pen it in an article. One of the Dutch journalists and photographers. He's a big tennis fan as well, but it does make sense. It makes the draw so much more interesting, but then you can't really live it. O'Brien wins 4-0, as does Noah Lynn van Leuven. Trina Gulliver won away against Priscilla Steenbergen, 3-0 to the good in that one. Catherine Hanley's beaten Marlene Pope. That was that 1-2-8 game that we will see Vicky Pruitt on next. Hospoderska versus Barbara Ward is a 1-2-8 game as well. Barbara Hospoderska against Helen Ward is a 1-2-8 game as well. We've got 3 last 32 games in play. People are going to be waiting. Helen Ward beats Hospoderska 4-2. Warming up, Dobromoslova versus Badger. Greaves doubles a lead on Potts. DeGraff beats Joanne Locke. It's a 4-1 win for her. That one's not bad, Stephen. We've just hit 5 hours, and for the first time, you've said something funny. Rachel Brooks beats Chloe O'Brien. It's not been the most successful return to the women's series for O'Brien in this block, who obviously played at the Women's World Match Play. Win Stanley goes through and up on Stephanie Rennox. Jane Robson beats Chrissy Manley. Michael Kelly just watched the event 19 final, probably the best standard women's darts game I've ever seen. Outstanding from both, but that 148 finish from Bo Kill Fallon Hebb was gone 100%. I think she'll even admit that herself. That's not like it's brutal. Why can't? Fallon takes opener against Van Vegan and Van Mack. That's a 16 dart leg. Robin Byrne, Donna Gleed, 1 apiece. Mikuru Suzuki 1-0 down to Yvonne Taylor. Is Mikuru just starting to flag a bit today? Dobromizlova takes opener against Badger. Mandy Smith 2-0 up on Natalie Davey. We've got leads for Karen Webber. Bo Greaves 1 away against Anne-Marie Potts. Fallon and Bo on different sides of the draw. They are. When Stanley leads Rennock 3-2, it's an 81 average from her. First player waiting in the last 16, by the way, is Aileen de Graaf. Am I trick or treating? No. I despise Halloween. I think it's the biggest waste of time ever. Nothing particularly scary about it. It's done it as fancy dressed a few times for a union, whatever, but no, it's just not for me. Probably be that guy in my 30s as well if I ever have kids or anything like that. No pressure. Yeah, I throw molded at the minute. I just think they're a bit more stable in the air. I used to throw like smaller flights anyway, like Harrow, the Target 10X and whatever, but just get battered too easily. The Netherlands children go to houses and sing for candy on 11th of November, but some children now also go on Halloween, doubling the candy. As a nation, you're just obsessed with sugar, though, aren't you? I've seen how Roland Sholton takes his cup of tea, and it's not good for the arteries. Do I hate Christmas as well? Not really. I used to absolutely love Christmas when I was younger. Go mad on the decorations at home and that sort of thing. Something in my life changed that meant that time of year isn't as exciting and memorable as I'd like it to be. But no, it's all right. I don't really have any big traditions or anything like that, so just crack on. Best thing about Christmas, though, is the darts, isn't it? Burn leads Glebe 3-1. 83 average for Sherrick. She goes 3-0 up on Van Vegan and Vermacht as well. Hey Jess, am I pronouncing that name correct? I just, without making an assumption that you are Dutch, if you're talking about what the children in the Netherlands do at Halloween, is it Van Veegeden? Is W-I-J-G Veeg? Or am I just making that up? And then Vermaat. Oh, in Sweden, long before Halloween was a thing, children go dressed as witches and wizards on Easter. I suppose that's the other thing. We just presume that everybody's the same and that different countries have the same pastimes and holidays and celebrations that we do. Like, if I could have any darts-related present for Christmas, what would it be? Probably a Scolia. I think they're mustard. I'll keep going with Vermaat then, and then Van Veegeden. W is a V, isn't it? Vigurden? Yeah, darts roulette present for Christmas. The new target setup looks pretty cool, but obviously it doesn't do any of the stats analysis or anything like that. The other options, I'd love a MacBook so I can do what I'm doing on that instead of the laptop I'm on, but it's not really darts related. Yeah, a MacBook Pro with an M2 processing chip in. Don't want much, just £2 worth of computer. Wigerden. Okay, perfect. Sherrick does beat Van Wigerden Vermaat. And Robin Byrne has beaten Donna Gleed 4-1. So that puts Fallon into the last 16. We've got Bogrees, Christine Redhead warming up in the last 32. They continue on that collision course once more. White is faltering. See, I'm watching on ITV Hub, so I don't know if Ross Smith has taken his 1-2-1 or if you said that 2 seconds before Wright pings the bullseye for a 170. Or what? Or neither? 83 for Smith leads 38. What hard leave, son? If you can put that in the comment because you're watching it on TV and there's still enough time for me to see it, pick it up, delay it, and not see it here is mad. The joys of technology. Anastasia de Bromizlova is just a leg away from beating Marlene Badger. That would put her into the last 32. We've still got a fair few last 64 games in play. And we already have 3 results in the last 32 as well. Make that 4, I think. 8-7. Surely not. On the stream, by the way, Corinne Hammond finds herself 2-1 down to Steph Clark, but she is 16 points away from 2 apiece. Goes in 3. How good, by the way, has Corinne Hammond been on the Moda Super Series commentary? Well, just commentary in general. Obviously, she picked it up from the Women's World Match Play, part of that Sky team. So everyone else that had ever done it before was playing in the event. Dobromizlova gets through. Paige Paulin versus Eleanor Cairns in the Grand Girls Final. Decent. Eleanor had a good run here yesterday as well, so it would have been not annoying because that's how sport goes sometimes, but if she played so well here yesterday, then left to go to the Grand Finals and not made the most of it, would have been a little bit disheartening perhaps, but that'll be interesting. Any news on the boys yet? Have I ever split firewood with an axe? No. I think they will, Simon. You think the Grand Prix the other week, Laura Turner did the first couple of days, Corinne dropped in for a few days at the back of it. So, and the more and more experience she gets down here, obviously she lives pretty close to where we are, I think. It sounds silly, but talking is not format. Ross Smith goes 8 apiece. I love putting Henry in his place. Might message him in a bit, to be fair. But World? I think he's on commentary for one of the La Liga games for live score, flash score, one of the two. Boys semi-final going on now. Lovely, Nathan. Thank you for the update. Jamie, yes. Yeah, I do. Simple. Mikuru, 3-2 up on Yvonne Taylor. Mandy Smith, 4-2 up on Natalie Davey. You lot are so far ahead. I'm only just seeing Ross Smith hit 133. Yeah, we'll be without Jackie. Good to see Dan Dawson getting more opportunities. Obviously, he's here in Dortmund. I believe he'll be stepping up to a bigger role for ITV for the Players' Championship finals as well. The thing is, Jamie, you didn't ask me the other side of that question. Do I think we will see Bo Greaves at the World Championship even if she finishes third? And the answer to that is also yes. I think no matter what the outcome is right now, all three will be at the World Championships. Ross Smith's raw, the way his neck sticks out and he leans a bit, he looks like a dinosaur. Because of the shape of his head anyway. It looks like a brachiosaurus or something. Ryan Statler beats Van Leuven 4-1. It won't go to the third place woman. Suzuki beats Yvonne Taylor 4-2. That's a good win for Mikuru. He's been flagging a little bit today. Spare a thought right now for Danny Noppert, who 100% does not want to see this happen. With a new winner and event closer to the date of the Premier League selection than the UK Open win, this puts his potential spot in there up for jeopardy. Yeah, they are. Hello, Tori. I missed that earlier. I'm just scrolling back for something else, by the way. Where's it gone? I know some of you are commenting right now, but and I don't want to go calling people out. I'm not sure I'm in. There it is. That's gone badly, hasn't it, Jack? Not good. Will Bully Boy ever get a better chance of winning a major? Well, I mean, he was in that UK Open final against Danny Noppert and averaged mid-80s, so you never know. I agree the UK Open is a better tournament to win, but to quote Mr. Bars and whatever, you have to tick other boxes, and sometimes Danny doesn't do that in comparison to a Chris Dobey or a Dirk or a Michael Smith potentially. Afternoon, Roger. How we doing? Smith, Dobey or DVD is the question now. My pick looking strong. Who did I pick, Charlie? I know, I picked right to win it. Yeah, solid. Great work. Yeah. Did I pick Dirk? When? On Monday? I don't think I did. Dirk yesterday. Did I? I'll take it. Snorlax should never be winning a major of 80 averages anyway. Not as a tournament average, no. In the final of the UK Open, where it is one of the longest slogs you see for a major tournament in such a short space of time, with the open draw and whatever else that comes with it, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that happen at all. Yeah, Dirk is very. He lives and breathes every single dart, doesn't he? And it's exhausting. Oh, don't give Jar credit. Probably though. I don't remember talking European, to be fair. Karen Webber has beaten Jane Monahan 4-2. We've got Sarah Roberts taking the opening leg against Lisa Ashton. Christine Redhead has won a piece with Bo Greaves despite averaging just 50. Katie Sheldon finds herself 3-1 down to Jane Robson. Rhiannon O'Sullivan 3-0 up on Tammy McKenzie. And Vicky Prum, Denise Cassidy 3 apiece. Next up on the stream, Dieter Hedman versus Mikuru Suzuki. Tasty. Honestly, I don't know with the Premier League anymore. I think if Dirk wins, he goes ahead of Danny in the list for an invite. I think he's just that little bit more entertaining. But whether or not I guarantees him a spot is a different question altogether. Smith looks drained, to be fair. Looks like he just ran a marathon. Vicky Prum beats Denise Cassidy 4-3. She's into the last 32. Reminder, we do have 5 players that have already won in the last 32. Bo gets in the Premier League. Calm down, son. Jane Robson beats Katie Sheldon. A 4-1 victory in that one. Don't see Gary playing next year. Playing what? Playing the Premier League? Probably not. Playing whatever he fancies, most likely. Caring about it? Probably not, but that's all part of the fun, isn't it? Wade shouldn't be in it. If he's top 4, you ain't got a choice, typically. He hasn't won a lot this year, so it would be difficult to put him in unless he goes and wins a Players or qualifies and then wins a Slam. That's just stupid, Jamie. Stupid. There it is. It's back. 5 hours and 26 minutes into the stream, and I've had to call somebody stupid. The Bromwich-Lover O'Brien underway. The order of players key later on. Yeah, because they get a bigger rest, don't they? So if Gary goes and makes a world final again, you ain't got a lot of choice, but he has done a Michael Bublé. He's woken up just before Christmas. No, I'm not sure I see him accepting it either. The same with Rob Cross. Oh, Macy's 1-0 up on the shirts today. That's an interesting number. Wazza's gone plain. Because I've spoken to Rob Cross and he's told me he won't accept it. That's why I don't see him. When's the Slam qualifier? Sunday next week. So we've got Friday, Saturday is your last 2 Pro Tour streams. As your last 2 Pro Tours. So 29 and 30 is Friday and Saturday. And then the Slam qualifier is on Sunday. And then the Worlds qualifier is the week after the Players' Championship finals, maybe. Basically, Cross and his management were annoyed at not being offered a spot last year and the way that the invitationals work. So basically said that if they were offered it this year, they wouldn't take it on principle. I spoke to Rob a little bit more about this, and he basically said if he wins a Euros or a Grand Prix or something and gets in, then he'd consider it. But if he wins the World Championship, he will 100% turn down the Premier League. Because at that point, by winning the World Championship, his sponsors have gained the exposure. They'd all be happy. His management have got whatever. Financially, they're pretty comfortable and set. They wouldn't need the Premier League next year. Is a Slam on Sky? Yeah, it is. I think so, Charlie. The fact they've narrowed it to 8 again, top 4, and we've just got so many. Well, we're about to get a brand new major winner, so we've got 2 completely different. We've got Danny Noppert as a first-time winner. We're going to get a first-time winner now, unless that's Michael Smith who stays in the top 4. Who knows what's going to happen right now? Cross seems to change his tune. Check his interview after he won the Pro Tour. I'll have a watch of that one. I've missed that. Why do I think the special one is struggling so much? Jose, One is action. There's just so much movement in it, so much reaching. And two, obviously, he had confidence and muscle issues after his COVID jab that he said. So, yeah. Yeah, quite interesting right now. Bo Greaves is 2 apiece for Christine Redhead, who was averaging just 49. Bo averaging 61. Has she hit the wall? Ashton leads Roberts 2-1. Dobromislova and Maria O'Brien 1 apiece, both averaging over 80 in that one. Hedman and Suzuki are on the streaming board, 0-0 in that one. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a league at all. It's like the Premier knockout every week. Potentially, Si. I mean, she's not been bad this leg. Ton 40. Maybe it's a lapse in content. Anyone can go from averaging. So yeah, local league players can go from averaging 40 something to 70 the next time out. I don't think it'll be an issue in this match, as if she can't up it when she needs it in a couple of rounds' time. Have we all just completely forgotten about Chris Dobie, by the way? The man averaged 104 on stage again. He averages ton pluses for fun. It just drags his opponent up to that level when he does it as well. It's ridiculous. But he is one of the final 4. No one's picking him for the Premier League. Do you not want to see Dobie banging in maximums for fun? Bo does go 3-2 up. That's a 17 dart leg. That will help a little bit. And she has the darts in leg number 6. She does that again. She'll be hove and hosed and panic over. Makuru's taking the opener against Dieter Hedman, 16 dart leg. Don't know how consistent Dobie would be week in, week out in the Premier League, especially not in 3 games back. If it was just 1 game, then the shootout. But I think that there's so many opportunities on a night for it to go wrong for Dobie as one of the players that is teetotal. It's 32 after 15 for Bo. Looks like she's out of trouble once again. Just plus 32, but she's got at least 6 more darts at it. 19 dart leg for Greaves, but she does win 4-2 against Christine Redhead. She will have to up her level if she's going to win 8 on a spin, though, and take that all-important Alexandra Palace spot. Who wins the F1 tonight? Go on, Lewis. Worst case, we just turn George Russell into the new Daniel Kvyat and just wipe people out. Edmund Suzuki goes 1 apiece. They're two quite methodical players, aren't they, for the level that they produce? It's not being played at any real pace. Gotifi doesn't get anywhere near the front to take people out. Who do I think joins these for Ali Pali? Both of them, Fallon and Bow. It is 100% a two-horse race for that second spot right now, by the way. How do they both go? The one extra spot that the PDC have that doesn't have a designation for qualification. Archie Southwest, Luke Littler in the final. Oh, that'd be a good game. It wouldn't be at the cost of any player. It'd be at the addition of. Yeah, that final they just produced, the numbers that's doing on YouTube right now is ridiculous. As Ashton defeats Sarah Roberts 4-3. I don't think they'd run a qualifier. I don't think they'd run a where I think that spot goes if Fallon gets second. I still think it goes to Bo. This is regardless. This isn't a PDC push Fallon agenda. I think they're both there if they finish whatever order they finish, second or third. Some people will see it as a PDC agenda, 100%, especially if Bo hangs on to second place now. They'll see it as a PDC Fallon agenda. The best outcome, in my mind right now, apart from an extra PDPA spot that the tour card holders deserve, if they are determined to get Lisa, Fallon and Bo into the World Championships after the performances so far, the best outcome right now is Bo finishing third. As daft as that sounds, the best outcome right now is Bo finishing third. For there to not be comments about an agenda or whatever else towards Fallon. If they're determined to invite all three anyway, the difference between Fallon finishing third and still getting an invite, and then changing the rules for Fallon, or adding a rule for Fallon, or Bo finishing third and getting that additional invitation because of what she's done in a very, very short space of time, if they intend to invite all three, the very, very best thing for them, for PR, for options, for showing that they're committed to the women's game, not just Fallon Sherrock, is for Fallon to hold on to second spot. Anything else right now looks like a Fallon agenda, and that's just not fair on her. Look, there's the argument it's not fair on tour card holders and whatever else, but if you're going to show off best players in the world and best women players in the world and gain maximum exposure, your most watched TV tournament is the way to do that. Anastasia beats Maria O'Brien 4-2. Mikuru Suzuki 3-2 up on Dieter Hedman. Rhian O'Sullivan 3-0 up on Tina Nalon. Bully wins a final, he'll be top 3. If Michael Smith wins the Euros, does he go above Van Gerwen? No. Rhian O'Sullivan 3-0 up on Nalon. Suzuki 93 average against Dieter Hedman. Yeah, Michael Smith wouldn't be number 3. Be number 4. And Chilton 2-1 up on Kim Holden. Tour card races post World Championships. The order of merit live is where he stands now. Tour card race is what happens at the end of this season. So the tour card race one will have whatever they've earned up until this point in the 18-month or 22-month cycle now, right now. It will take off all future prize money they're defending, but add on first round prize money they're guaranteed between now and the end of the World Championship. Yeah. Tour card race also doesn't include World Championship money. Some performance that from Mikuru Suzuki. She struggled the last few rounds, but 95 average to beat Dieter Hedman. That is not the performance Fallon Sherritt wanted to see, as they will play each other in the last 16. There's no board number next to Bo's last result. What board was she on? 5. So she'll play the winner of 6. Brooks or Clements. What happened to Nathan Rafferty? He earned his tour card, hasn't he? He's got a tour card and he's Dev Tour. Paige Pauling wins. Congratulations, Paige. Rafferty topped the Dev Tour Order of Merit, which puts him a spot in the World Championships. He's already got his tour card. And the like. Also, something we may have neglected to point out is the race for the top 8 is finished. Nobody can gate crash the top 8. So the 8 players that will receive, 3 to 8 on the Order of Merit have been told they will get free entry to Q School. I'm not sure if this is round 1 or round number 2, but that will be Fallon Sherritt, Lorraine Winstanley, Aileen de Graaf, Mikuru Suzuki, Katie Sheldon, and Laura Turner. Rhiannon O'Sullivan cannot catch Turner in 8th spot. So those 6 players will get free entry to Q School. They never justified or stated at the start of the year, unsurprisingly, what would happen to the top 2 in the Order of Merit. A couple of rumours floating around that tour cards would potentially be on offer to those. Who would you choose for Northern Ireland World Cup team? Right now, I'd go Gurney and Rock. I just think Gurney's got that bit of experience to talk through a Rock or a Rafferty in that team. I think we're potentially 2-3 years away from a Rock Rafferty double act for Northern Ireland that could win the lot. I don't know if Bo would accept a tour card, so we're struggling enough to work out what's going to happen with the World Championships. Let's not even have a look at that. It would seem logical, though, that that's where they'd go with it. Thoughts on women's WDF champion being given a tour card? No. The BDC are doing less and less and less as an affiliation with the WDF. They're not even inviting them to the Grand Slam anymore. They are not about to start dishing out tour cards. They're past that. What could it be otherwise? Well, it depends. Even if they just stick it on as free entry to Q School, if 3 to 8 is stage 1 free entry and 1 and 2 go to stage 2, you never know. There has to be some sort of split between it or difference, but I guess the difference between Fallon and Lisa being 1 and 2 and accepting tour cards, and Bo in 3, is that Bo missed a lot of the women's series this year at the start of the year to ensure she had qualified for Lakeside so she can go and defend her world title. If she accepts a tour card, she ain't doing that. She can't do that. Don't think I'm not allowed to say it. So Monday to Friday, the players get an appearance fee per session, and then Saturday is all prize money based. Aurora Fortunato reaches the last 32, beating Helen Ward 4-0. Kim Holden, 40 winner over Ann Chilton. Reminder, Aurora is just 16, youngest player in the field. What am I watching now? Made in Britain. Someone forgot to pause ITV. No thanks. Oh no. How many of the women currently would be capable on the Pro Tour? I think 4. Define capable. Holding their card after 2 years? None. Yeah, Aurora is the one from Italy, yes. Yeah, I don't think any of them would right now, unfortunately. Look, Lisa is the only one to have attempted it. Did she lose it after 2 or 3 years? One of the two. Bo, until she gets in that next step up level, is impossible to judge with somebody that's had problems with her action like she has. The Pro Tour is a different beast. Yeah, look, at times this week, have the top 3 that we're talking about, that we keep billing them as the top 3, have they produced darts that are worthy of being on the Pro Tour? Yes. Go back to it from yesterday, from 3-2 behind to Aileen de Graaf. Bo produces an 11 darter and a 14 darter, or 12 and 14. She reels off 2 legs and 26 darts with her back against the wall. That will frighten Pro Tour players. Averaging 67 in a 4-2 win will not frighten Pro Tour players. Tour card holders just don't do that. You get the odd one that drops off at that level, but how many Pro Tour averages are below 84, for instance? and you have to get up and do this through 30 Pro Tours a year, all your Euro Tour qualifiers, play in front of cameras, more chances of being streamed, bigger egos. Is he? Where's he doing that? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't hear it, obviously. I didn't know that there was any noise because, I have the stream on silent, but... No, Women's Tour ranking and prize money is completely separate to Pro Tour. Lisa Ashton has beaten Mandy Smith 4-0. It was after the 148, yeah. No, you can't blame them. Well, you can and you can't. It goes both ways. To take out 148 is exceptional, and in any other arena or circumstance, you'd be joyous to celebrate. But that's something that they will have to learn. The BDO, the PDC is not the BDO or the WDF. There are rules in that environment that you have to follow. I'm not saying I didn't get overexcited, but we've been doing women's series for 2.5, 3 years now, Pro Tours for God knows how long. Nobody else has made that mistake. Yeah, I'm sure they've been warned. Yeah, it did happen in the Super Series. I was sat here fuming with that as well. There's no need for it. I think there was a comment shout last night as well at one point. I've said it all along, and I've been one for it. As a uni darter and as a local league darter and whatever, my team is generally quite loud. We like a sing-song. We like to do whatever. But the minute anybody does anything on your opponent's throw, I just go at them. I can't stand it. There's absolutely no need for it. In a turn-based sport, you've had your turn. Get out of the way. Let them have a go at theirs. If not, you haven't been good enough. How are we looking so far? Still £150 gap. Fallon takes on Mikuru next. Trina's 1-0 up on Wendy Reinstaller. That's for a place in the last 8. So it would be Fallon versus Mikuru. Rhian O'Sullivan, Jane Robson. 1-0 to Rhian. Fallon and Mikuru underway. Obviously, I'll go score to score on that one. For what could be a hugely significant match. Purim and Watling now warming up. Clements and Brooks 3 apiece. Aurora Fochesato taking the opener against Courtney Hine. Yeah, it was the final, so no one else was playing. Rhian O'Sullivan 1-0 up on Jane Robson. I think there's a couple of screens so that people can see what's going on elsewhere. Because you're not allowed in the background behind it, but so they would have seen what was going on. Aurora goes 2-0 up. Rhian O'Sullivan 1-0 up. Who next for Bo is an excellent question. I think they've messed up the board somehow. Bo's last 32 game didn't have a board designation. She came off 5, so she'll play the winner on 6, which is still Rachel Brooks or Joe Clements. Suzuki wants Shanghai for the first leg. Splits it in half. Sherrock 108 for the early break. Sherrock leaves 60 as well. Suzuki misses 3, leaves double 10. As I said, tops was going really well for Fallon earlier. Potentially, it's just gone really well for her there. She breaks Suzuki in the opening leg. Trina Gulliver still 2-0 up on Wendy Reinstatler. Karen Webb with a 16 dart leg to open against Kim Holden. I don't know an awful lot about Karen, but I'm convinced she put pretty similar numbers into start matches yesterday. Rachel Brooks beats Joe Clements 4-3. She will take on Bo Greaves next. It depends what they've got the screen linked to, Denny. I've got a real-time screen in here for what's going on outside, but obviously if I watch it on YouTube, there is a delay to what goes out as a broadcast. So Suzuki first to a finish in leg 2 against the darts. It's a 161. Fallon 124 after 12. If this 161 goes, it will be a 12 for Mikuru. Like Suzuki as a player, I think should go 100 plus average wise. I think so too. We've seen her go pretty close before. Just average 95 against Dieter in the previous round. It's one apiece though in this one. O'Sullivan wins 4-0 against James Robson, and Trina Gulliver does the same against Wendy Ryan-Statler. Mikuru first to a finish in leg number 3, and she's got 6 starts from 135. Luke Littler has just won the Boys England Youth Grand Prix, so congratulations to him. Suzuki goes 2-1 up with an 18-dart leg. Aurora 3-1 up on Courtney Hine. Vicky Prurian beats Deborah Watling 4-1. Karen Webber goes 2-0 up on Kim Holden. Some big matches coming up right now. Bo Greaves against Rachel Brooks. We've tried bad averages. We've tried good averages. We've tried throwing the kitchen sink at Bo Greaves. Can Rachel Brooks slow her down? That's all we got left, really. And Lisa versus Anastasia. In the last 16. Suzuki first to a finish once again. She's gone 125, 95, 140 against the darts. 109 from Suzuki, leaves 32. She is in prime position for a break. Fallon Sherrock is not on a finish. 96 leaves 105. The Suzuki goes 3-1 up. Pretty important moment, so let's put that one up instead, shall we? Has Fallon just missed the ball for a 161? She must have missed ball. She doesn't miss the 25. That's a break back. Aurora Fochasato beats Courtney Hines. She's in the last 16 once again. Reminder, she missed 5 match starts to beat Lorraine Winstanley to book her spot in her last 8 yesterday. Anastasia and Lisa are underway, as are Bo and Rachel Brooks. Karen Webber is 3-0 up on Kim Holden. Lisa. Blind me. An 11 dart leg. Suzuki can't miss right now. There we have it. 13 dart leg from Mikuru Suzuki. 94 average from the Miracle. Fallon Sherrock is out, and Bo Greaves cannot be caught in second spot. She will be going to Alexandra Palace for the PDC World Championship in December. What a performance from Mikuru Suzuki. Some achievement that to have only played in 8 of 20 women's series events and still managed to finish second at the end of the year is a superb achievement for Bo Greaves. She's also in the Grand Slam. Fallon's in the Grand Slam. So the Grand Slam was the top of the order of merit and the Women's World Match Play winner. The World Championships is the top 2. And then the top 8 get free entry to Q School, or 3 to 8 get entry to Q School. We're not sure which round, and they're yet to clarify what goes on in the second bit. Anastasia's levelled with Lisa Ashton. Karen Weber 3-0 up on Kim Holden still. Whew. That's well. Yeah, I do, Rose. I don't. What's the biggest gap it can finish now? 1100. Well, 1050. I don't see Fallon not earning that in 4 events in Germany. Is Fallon out? Yes, she is. She's just been beaten by Mikuru Suzuki. Exceptional performance from Mikuru Suzuki. Curry's fantastic. No one sat going, how she won that? She shouldn't have done it. It was a ridiculous performance from a 2-time world champion who has had travel issues in the past getting to the women's series, has possibly the biggest travel commitment of anybody in the women's series tour, and spends a lot of her time playing soft tip still as well. So the adjustment to come back is more difficult for her. She's more than capable. And realistically, if you were looking for a 4th player to join the top 3, as we keep billing them at the minute, Lisa, Fallon and Bo, it would certainly be between Mikuru, Lorraine Winstanley and Aileen de Graaf right now. And as a title winner, Mikuru beats both of them. Nice game on the stream. Aileen de Graaf against Aurora Fucisato. Robin Byrne takes opener against Vicky Pruim. Anastasia and Lisa level at 2 apiece. That the two former world champions, that one. It's a strange start from Aileen. Rhian O'Sullivan has opened with a 15 dart leg against Trina Gulliver. Fucisato took the opener against Aileen de Graaf, by the way. That's pretty funny up next to David, actually. Didn't think about that. Robin Byrne has doubled her lead against Vicky Pruim. Robin's made a final women's series, I'm sure, before. The release on Fochisato's action is lovely. What price do you reckon both for the world's 150? 150 or 200 is where you'll get her to start. I think you'll get a lot of people smash that into about 60s, which would still be pretty long, but there is a lot of hype. The same way that Josh Rock, before he played Michael Smith yesterday with some bookmakers, was joint second favourite for a tournament, despite having only played once on TV and winning once.
Here.
Ashton and Dobromyslova goes all the way. Holden's got another back against Karen Webber. That game's taken its time. O'Sullivan takes the lead on Trina Gulliver. They're both averaging 90s in that one. Purim gets one back against Robin Byrne. Bowes won away against Rachel Brooks. Do we think she knows yet? Fallon's game wasn't streamed, so you could look around the arena, or especially at the back of the throw, and see the result. De Graaf gets another back to a piece, still on throw in that one. did Bo win? Yeah, Bo did win 4. Oh my god, miles away. Bo wins 4-0, and Lisa Ashton beats Anastasia Dobromazlova 4-3. So we know. Christ, Weber Holden is a 32 game. What the bloody hell? Ryan O'Sullivan is a leg away from the last 4, and we've still got a last 32 game going on. It's what it is. I hate that phrase. De Graaf beats Aurora. So we've finished 7 last 16 matches and a quarterfinal, and we've just had a result for the last 32 game. Wow. Penta's been out of pocket. What's the results of this one? Fallon has been beaten by Mikuru Suzuki, so the race to the World Championship is over. Let's have a little bit of a scroll down, actually. 95 average from Mikuru Suzuki, getting the job done. A 4-2 win for her. Got over line, 11 dart leg as well. Superb performance from the Miracle. Trina Gulliver still going strong, or she was, sorry. She's been beaten 4-1 by Rhiannon O'Sullivan. So we're waiting on this. Lorraine Winstanley against Kim Holden. I dread to think how long Lorraine's been sat around. We've got one more last 16 game to play because the Holden Weber game has only just finished. BDO is not dead. The BDO as a company still exists. And it's lost £21,000 this year when it filed its accounts. Don't know how. Don't know who footed that bill. Don't know what they still owed. But they lost 21 grand this year. What a game we have in store on the stream, by the way. They're going to stream the quarterfinal between Bo Greaves and Lisa Ashton. Raymond Stanley's excellent. I agree she doesn't tend to have that extra gear, and I think her action is to blame for that. There's no real chance to get into a rhythm, and it makes grouping just that little bit more difficult, where everything's a completely different action. I'm not sure it's fallen apart under pressure. It is just inconsistent. Robin Byrne and Katie Sheldon have got pretty conventional throws. Don't think Fallon's is too far off. Trina Gulliver's is lovely. There's a reason she won as many world titles as she did. Oh, she got Aurora for Chisato. Her action mid possibly comes a little bit too far back for me under the chin, but that's just personal preference. Who else have we got in the field? Yeah, it is prone to failing because there's a lack of extension. There's a lack of follow through, which when you point into target, you can drift. But I'm not sure that's a pressure thing. I think it's just the action thing. Ikuru's is a bit weird. It's robust enough, but just something aesthetically off a little bit about it. Has Dobromyslova been on the stream this weekend? I don't think she has. Not once. Not that I've seen, unless she was on yesterday in that hour where I had jar cover. Steenbergen, when she follows through 100%, is nice. She does have the tendency to back out of it a little bit. Yeah, agreed. I think Noelin van Leuven's got a pretty steady action. From memory. I don't understand how Dieter has won as many titles as she has with her throw. Anna's is weird, but she sort of like re-grips the dart in her hand. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that. In terms of extension and placement, it's not bad. "8 hours a day doing this. I should just coach for 2 hours a day and get it done with, shouldn't I?" Nope, that's wrong. Other than that, it's hard to pick an aesthetic or correct action, I guess. Not there is a way of doing that, but so when Stanley takes the opener in this last 16 game, we may as well watch that until we get something else up. Who wins the European Championship? Now you're testing me. Smith. John Lowe, best action ever. John Lowe's action is still unbelievable as well. I've seen it firsthand a couple of times. I can't believe just how solid it is and how it's just immaculate. Massively underappreciated, but just couldn't buy a double at the seniors. I think it came like 5 years too late for John, maybe. Who has the most aesthetic throw in world darts? When it's on, Gary Anderson, although for the last couple of years it hasn't quite been there. I'm not sure on Lewis anymore, where he's had so many adjustments to it. I'm not convinced anymore. Back in the day, maybe, it was just free-flowing, but aesthetically, I'm not sure. Sometimes it makes it look like hard work, to be honest. Who else has got a lovely throw? Bo's action is just ridiculously good. That helps. Who else have we got? Van Gerwen, possibly. Michael Smith, not convinced. Walks on his last start too much. Wadey's up on his toes too often. Not sure I like Humphrey's action or Danny Noppert's. Johnny Clayton goes a little bit wild. If he just gets up and throw the darts, Dimmy, but when he starts prattling around and... No. The answer is definitely not Dave Chisnell. Damon Hetter's got a nice action. There's not too much to it, which is cool. Chris Dobie. Chris Dobie has a lovely throw. Mervyn Kings is a bit different because he spins the darts a little bit, but his follow through is nice. Ross Smith's got a decent action. I think the pickup from where he takes his next dart is a bit long, but other than that, cool. Vinny, no. Simon Whitlock, no. Kim Heinbrechts, no. Just makes it look so hard. No, no. Suits, no. Barry, too fast. Too slow, no, no. Luke Woodhouse has a half decent action. It's one of the weird set ones, but I don't mind that. No, he's stopped. Barney's is still mustard. Josh Rock's elbow's a bit low for me. I'm not sure I get the hype on Steve Beaton's. Controversial. Hasn't changed a lot in 30 years, but I don't think the extension's as big as it could be. Hempel, no. Mike DeDecker, no. Jeff Smith, no. 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 Oh, no. 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 Scott Williams has got a nice throw. Matt Campbell. I'm not sure I like the twist, but the action is good. The arm movement is good. The twist to the dart at the start. That's enough of that anyway. We've got darts on. Win Stanley 2-1 up on Holden. Reminder, that's the last 16 games, so that one's a bit further behind. Robin Byrne is averaging 111 against Aileen de Graaf. How is she doing that? Not that she's not capable of that. I just want to know what I've missed because you wanted to know who's got a pretty throw. 16 data, 11 data from Robin Byrne. My. She left 48 after 15 in leg number 3 as well. Bo and Lisa are underway on stream. Bo carrying on where she left off. She's left 162 after 9. I'm not sure how she did that, but learn to count. Lisa back on 336, so it shouldn't make too much difference here in leg number 1. We've already got a quarterfinal through, so we will only get 3 games live because Lorraine will now have to play again against Mikuru. Bo takes the opener in 16. Yeah, I like Merv. Sebastian Bielecki's is nice as well. Oh my God, they've done it again. That just doesn't help anyone. What's he done already? Oh, defense. Oh, bugger off, man. one apiece between Bo and Lisa. Sorry, guys, plenty going on at the minute. I'm trying to keep up to date as much as I can. It's approaching 7 hours on this stream. We still got a little bit of a way to go. I mentioned Barney. Cheers, Excalibur. Appreciate it. I think if no one's surprised by what the PDC do anymore, I think if it was going anywhere else, we'd know about it by now. I can't see another tour where they can tack it on. It seems to be a shootout right now between having 3 women in there or having an extra spot at a PDPA qualifier. I can't see any other options for it. It would look like an incredibly pro Fallon move rather than anything else. If they were giving up the 3rd spot to the women's series, given the way that Bo performed in Germany, then that should have been announced after Germany. Rose seems to have picked up a game again because she's being pushed, Rose. It's amazing how often that happens to her. I, for one, am not betting against 8 straight right now. Spot for the World Seniors champ. Can't be. World Seniors comes after. Long term, would absolutely love that link up. No tour card. I don't think that's ever going to be an aspiration. But a spot at the World Champs for a top ranked seniors player would be magnificent. It happens in snooker and whatever else. It's a 4-1 win for Bo Greaves, who once again averages over 100 for the 2nd time today to beat Lisa Ashton. That's 102.9 average, basically 103. Winstanley Holden's gone all the way. We just knew it would be as the one that's holding up the entire day. But the winner of this will have to play Mikuru Suzuki next. We already have the other 3 quarterfinals completed. Does Dean Winstanley still play? I believe so. I believe he's chasing WLF Order of Merit points. Had a good conversation with him in the beer garden of a pub in Blackpool the day before the Women's World Match Play. And so we wait some more. Yes, DeAndre. And Stanley up against it here, by the way. Oh, wow. Martin Adams is someone we didn't mention for nice throws. Yeah, I forgot about the seniors full stop, to be honest. I just went looking at tour card holders. The seniors have got quite a few. We did mention John Lowe. Adams has got a lovely throw. Robert Thornton's is decent for a free throw-in action that has a couple of sets in it, or feathers, like a Paul Q. Wow, Lorraine Winstanley. At 140, applied all the pressure in the world. Bloody, I've eaten some crap today. It's another quick turnaround for Winstanley. Tony O'Shea. No, Kev's got too much movement for me. Colin McGarry's isn't bad. It looks like his elbow's a lot lower than it actually is. I'm trying to think who else has played seniors. I love Bob Anderson, but you wouldn't teach. It's too much move. His dart never seems like it's in his hand properly. Definitely not Keith Della. Definitely not John Part. Jenkins, no. Taves is alright. Chris Mason's is decent. I'm not sure if I've got a bit of bias because of the way that he like changes the angle of the dart in his hand just before he throws, because I've been known to do that, but yeah, Chris Mason. Yeah, I won't be mentioning that one, Mr. David. No chance. Robbo? Nah, it's just too much movement in Robbo. Yeah, true. Just got no intention of putting any attention on that man whatsoever. Two games warming up then. It will be Suzuki wins Stanley in the last 8. And they're going to start last 4 game between Byrne and Greaves, which will be streamed. When the last 2 Pro Tours, they are Friday and Saturday next week. And then the Grand Slam qualifier will be on the Sunday. I think that's right. Let me just run through my calendar. I'll delete that. Where are we? Yeah, so it's Players Championship 29 and 30 in Barnsley on Friday and Saturday next week. I'll be streaming on Friday. Saturday, I think, will be Phil and Co. and potentially Sunday as well. Saturday, Sunday, I am refereeing for Derbyshire against Merseyside. So I won't be available. The following weekend, we have the Seniors World Championship qualifier in Reading, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And the Grand Slam of Darts starts on Saturday that week as well, Saturday the 12th, for 9 days, finishing the following Sunday. So bear in mind there will not be a live lounge on the 14th of November. We'll be back the week after on the 21st. Fallout bars that week should return. However, I am learning to drive that week. So I will not be available. Then the weekend after, we have the Players' Championship finals down in Minehead. Yeah, I ref for Derbyshire, Jack. So I've done it at uni a fair bit. I used to be involved in the committee and stuff, and I just got on with it, basically. And then the opportunity came up to do Derbyshire about 3 seasons ago now. Said I'd do it, did one game. They're like, yeah, brilliant, you can stay. And then, yeah, I enjoy it a lot now. So I basically do everything. Just not for the phrase "jack of all trades" has never applied to a jack more common than me. Master of none, quite clearly. Graham Usher, left or right? Graham Usher's a lefty, but he does have a lovely throw. Oh, what an insult! Yeah, I'm doing an intensive course, Rose. I've got my course booked and I've got a test booked, but the test is a significant way away from the course. So I might do a couple of top ups. Just look for a cancellation closer to the date. At the minute, my test is booked for March. I'm not waiting that long at all. I'm 27, Jack. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I'm doing an intensive course. I don't have time for anything else. I just need to put time aside to do it all in one whack. Is my logic to it. And I'm crap with money, so get it saved, get it paid for, get it done. It just opens up so much for me. 5.5. I've been up and down from Nottingham to Portsmouth on the train twice in the last few weeks. Yeah, I'll be 28 in January, so. Oh, just missed double 12 for a 141. Yeah, it was for an 18 data, but she comes back and picks a leg up anyway. Ever been skydiving? No, I'm petrified of heights. I'm 6'1", scared of heights, get motion sickness, and don't trust anything where I'm not in control. Couldn't think of anything worse than skydiving, to be completely honest. Trying to learn at the minute has been a nightmare. It was just get everything saved, then look for an instructor. I was ready to go a couple of months back, but then the prices keep going up. Then trying to find one with a test attached is even more ridiculous. So COVID absolutely messed up driving instructors. And I'm pretty happy to get going. Suzuki's taking the opener against Win Stanley. She's been sat around a while now. Phil does drive, yeah. Yeah, zip lining's a no. I went abseiling once, or like wall climbing as a 14-year-old at a holiday park, and got halfway up and didn't enjoy it at all. Yeah, Phil drives a Ford Focus, I think it is. Zipline is definitely a no. What about ice skating? My balance is terrible. It's not terrible. My balance is always pretty decent. Now I'm a bit big for it. I'm not the best at it. Oh, God. I may have just agreed to watch the F1 with 4 Dutch people. I can't wait for Lewis to win. Go on. What an experience this is going to be. Supermax is getting it. Thank you, Mr. David. Mr. David, you just said Usher bashed you up on a county stage in early 2000s. What's your surname? Who did you play for? It's not me, Liam Phil. No, I wish it was. I've only just given up my actual job, to be honest. I worked in finance till very recently. No, it is Modus that are behind it an awful lot, and iGame Media. There's a few guys that work across darts and other adventures that are here as well. There's on any given night. So what do we have last night? 1, 2 bar staff, 3 security, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think there was 20 staff on last night, and obviously a few of us rotate and different things. I think there's about 40 people now that work on the Super Series as a project. Both 3-0 up on Robin Byrne, by the way. I keep getting distracted, and I'm really sorry. I appreciate this is a women's series stream. It is nearly 7.5 hours. There's only so many times I can tell you somebody's hit a 15 dart leg, a 16 dart leg, and get excited about it in a day. So sorry for all the tangents if you have tuned in throughout. Suzuki wins Stanley still 1 apiece. Yeah, Scotty's on tomorrow. Hoping to catch up with him later. Oh, I missed a number as well. I definitely forgot to count the referee, who I may be going for food with. The refereeing team's decent. The refereeing team here is as good as anywhere in the world as well. Look, the PDC boys are top notch. Kirk, George, Hugh, Russ. But the team that we've got here, Charlie Corstefine, Marco Meyer, Owen Binks, they're sensational. To do the amount of games that they do back to back is just staggering. Is Glenn coming back for commentary again? Yeah, I believe so. I don't know the exact dates, but I think he's booked in at some point in November. I'm not sure when I'm next down here. I believe at some point. Do I know what date the next Champions Week is? I did forget Paul Hinks. My God. I don't know how, because Paul's won the seniors referees as well. The way when he's done those on his own, he's been fantastic. Don't know what date the next Champions Week is. I think. Oh my. Yeah. I think it's the 23rd of January. I think it's the 23rd of January, Champions Week. Bo Greaves just completed a 5-0 win over Robin Byrne. That books her spot in yet another final, and she is one match away from 8 straight PDC Women's Series titles. She is going to have to wait about 35 minutes until she plays that final, an absolute minimum. No, not this year. No, she did play in 2020. But in 2022, she is unbeaten. Do I think she can compete with the boys? What, as in the men or the Dev Tour? Because I think she can walk onto the Pro Tour. I think she can go and win games on the Pro Tour. Do I think she could go and retain her tour card? It's a big ask. Do I think she should go onto the Dev Tour and be in contention for the Order of Merit, potentially, if she settles pretty quickly? What have her averages been today? Oh, we're still watching a game. Wrong one. Uh, 85, 66, 67, 68, 102, 82. So if she averages the 85, the 102, and the 82, she's all right. My highest match average, I don't know, to be honest. It wasn't that great on the Dev Tour. Mid-60s when I did play there. I know I've played better elsewhere. When I used to play at uni, it used to be best of 3. But the only time anybody ever used to notice or keep track is if you went 15-15 or better. I know I've been sub-21 back-to-back to win 2-0, etc., but I just never logged it. Do you know what I mean? So Let me. I know I played pretty well the other night. We'll just go with them. Oh my. Is Bo in a Grand Slam? Not this year, no. Suzuki leads 3-2. Hard to believe Bo still, but yeah, ridiculous. £50 for the Euro final winner. Who you putting it on? Smith. Oh, what a check up from Lorraine Winstanley as she forces a decider. Super Series have to be at least 18. I didn't ask that bit, Rose. I just said Smith. I got a 50% chance if I just say Smith. If they both win, I've got 100. If they both win their semis, I've got a 100% chance. Edgar's just done a video. This one's not best of 9, Ryan, because this is still a last 8 game. This is massively behind. The winner of this leg will play Rhian O'Sullivan in a best of 9. They are miles behind. Van Dijk and Bernardo, yeah, probably. How are they so slow? They got caught up by, what board did they come off of? 12. So they had 2 last 1-2-8 games on their board, which was Anne Chilton against Lucy Cunningham. That was 4-2. Kim Holden against Leanne Topper. That was 4-2. Then they had 2 last 64 games, 4-2 and 4-2. Then the last 32 game was 4-3. And nobody's really averaged more than 65 on that board all day. Mikuru Suzuki beats Lorraine Winstanley 4-3. So she'll take on Rhiannon O'Sullivan in the last 4. Hopefully, they're going to put that one on the stream. It would be a madness to make that play out on Dark Connect only, when we've not had a stream game since the end of Greaves versus Byrne, and we've been waiting massively amount of times in between that as well. Ugh, guess who pressed the wrong button? You don't. Oh my god, do I really look like that? No wonder I've made small. Present. Ever happened before? Players with the same last name in a TV final? Somebody on Twitter will know the answer to that. I think we'll have seen matches with the same surname. Terry Jenkins, Andy Jenkins. But in terms of a... I just couldn't be asked to do it this morning, so I chucked a cap on, knowing I had to walk. Okay, nothing live at the minute. I'm going to run a quick ad break and I'll be with you in 2 seconds.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then to Women's Series Live, event number 20, the last one of the calendar year, where the race for Alexandra Palace is done. The race for entry to Q School is done. We just have 2 matches left to see who will lift the title in the final event of the year. We are getting Suzuki versus O'Sullivan stream, so I'm going to flash the scores up on screen anyway, but if you're trying to watch both, you want to listen to me instead of their commentary, get involved, etc., just whack pause on me for about 10 to 15 seconds, maybe a little bit more, until the stream catches up. Watch both at the same time. There's absolutely no point me sitting and not saying anything in case some of you are watching both. If you haven't done so already, please do drop a like on the stream. I have absolutely no idea how many of you have done so already today, but by the time I get over, it's going to be nearly 8.5 hours. So I'd love it if you all just press that button. That would mean a lot. Just one. You know. There's 75 of you so far. That's massive. Thank you very much. Quick reminder of a few more things to come then. As I said, Super Series returns tomorrow morning with Group A that sees Neil Duff, Keelan Kay, Jared Cole, Alexander Merckx, Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Graham Hall. Watch that on Sporty Stuff from 9:30. And what's the call? And the Motor Super Series YouTube channel. The Live Lounge returns tomorrow night. It will be Phil Bars, Lee Boyce, and Dan Simpson as your trio, taking you through all of the action from the European Championships, all the fallout from the Women's Series, and looking ahead to next weekend. That will be the final 2 events on the Pro Tour, so all the races, tour card races, etc., that come from that. So now Bo is at the World. Who wants to draw a first round? Absolutely nobody. Craig's been here since this morning. Appreciate that, buddy. In the UK Open, the World Match Play, and now the European Championship this year, nobody over the age of 35 made it to the semi-finals. So I've got 8 years then. Go on. Since Conan won. He can play in this phase. I'm not entirely sure what stage. I think it might be series. Yeah, he can play series 2. It's a 13-week cycle and it starts again completely. And once we get to 13 Champions weeks, we might have a champion of champions. You never know. But that's about 3 years off at that rate. So Mikuru is going to win one. She's won a couple before. Who beat Greaves? No one. This is a semi-final. Bo Greaves just sat waiting for the winner of this in the final. Ooh. You never know. Mikuru averaged 95 to beat Faux Sharp. What on earth name was I about to say earlier? Then Fallon Sherritt. Am I going to Q Squad? Am I Eck? I don't even play Super League in a minute. I'm about to go back. But no, my aspirations of being a professional dart player are long gone. Please be a score. Oh no. Akira Suzuki's on for a 13 dart leg to open against Rhian O'Sullivan. It is a 13 dart leg. Now then, here we go. Oh, behave. What's he done? There must be somewhere in Northern Ireland. You don't just produce rock and Rafferty out of nowhere. I don't know what job. My geography's crap, though, to be fair. Which top player in the next couple of years do I think will fall off the tour? Ian White's in trouble. No Euro Tour is massive for him. Wadey's talking about retirement way too frequently for my liking at the minute. Price is number one again by £5,250. Do I see anyone else dropping off? Gary Anderson is going to stick around forever. Oh my God, is the set port semis on now? Max. Oh, why is that in my head? I can't even stand it. Oh, Crank's on afterwards. What a film. Jason Statham. Mace, that is a rascal shirt, isn't it? Let's be honest. Yes, Foreman, what a boy. Suzuki 2-0 up, averaging 94 still. It was a 95 to beat Fallon earlier, 94 now, 2-0 up against Rhian. If she can stay at this level for the rest of this match and the final, she's got a chance of ending that run. They show that every week, twice. Red Bull are not talking, doing any interviews. Was he wrong, though? It may have come across a little bit wrong, but was he wrong? At the moment that Ted made that comment, there was controversy around the situations with which Max Verstappen had won both of his world titles. 3-0, 92 average still. Much better leg from Rhian O'Sullivan so far. Potential for a 12-darter. Yeah. Yeah, look, am I a Lewis Hamilton fan? Yeah, 100%. It's the reason that I watch F1. I used to get up at 6 a.m. in the morning at 12 and 13 years old to watch Lewis drive. He was different. There was a buzz around him, right? A lot of modern fans probably think the same about Max and what he's doing. But if it was the other way around and Lewis was on back-to-back titles and you have the way that that's finished in Abu Dhabi, and then you have this year where there's talks of breaking cost cap rules and whatever, and the carryover of that from last year, then would I be offended by the fact that he's got to? No, I'd just be like, yeah, but he's got to. Last year just got too much. I'm so glad they've taken away the radios to the race director. Just incessant moaning and whinging. I love Lewis, though. There was that thing going around recently, wasn't there, where Alonso was something like 10 points across 4 years away from 5 world titles or whatever it is. But Lewis is something similar to get to 10. I think he's like 4 points off. No, it's not Ronnie O'Sullivan's sister. Not sure Ronnie's got a sister. Rhian's Welsh for a start. Ronnie's as Essex as they come. Did she bust 138? I'm miles away. Sorry, Nicholas. Oh, Rhian O'Sullivan takes up 72. 14 dart leg. 3-2. Race to 5, remember? Yeah, Ferrari got 2 very talented drivers. A useless team principal and some of the worst strategists I've ever seen. How did I missed it on the stream as well? Miles away. I don't think Ricciardo will come back now. He's not got the same bite around him. Look, he's good social media, he's good in interviews, and he looks like a fun character. But sport at that level, with the amount of money that goes into F1, that's not enough to keep you in a seat. Is Mikura just starting to drop off a little bit now? Said she looked like she was tiring earlier in the day. She's produced 2 ridiculous performances since then. Thanks, Nathan. I'll take that. However backhanded as a compliment that may be. What's Dirk kicking off about?
We thought it was ludicrous. But Rihanna Sullivan, she took out the 158 in the final to win one of the titles this weekend.
What's up with Dirk? Game on. Oh, Suzuki 4-2 up, 1 away from a final with Bo Greaves awaits in the final, potentially for Suzuki in 1 leg's time. Maybe it'll be 2 at this rate. No. Probably not, Jamie, but we've seen it before where they've awarded spots to Ratajski as the world master, effectively to the best ranked Max Hopp at one point, and they're based on performances throughout the years. Look, PDC leave a lot of their qualifying criteria as open-ended as possible. That gives them the flexibility to make last-minute decisions which way they take things. It's just the way that they operate. Always have done, always will. And the performances that we've seen from all 3 they're not disrespectful to the rest of the ladies. If Bo hadn't have played any of these 8 and Mikura had gone and won 6 and added 10 points to her average, which is about how much further below Bo she sat, then they'd have done it for Mikuru. It's not about disrespectful to the rest. It's about what they're producing. Are we heading to a decider? And a leg where Mikuru opens up 180 on her own throw. She's 76 behind. Go on. Go on. Oh, he's got Henry. Ugh. 156, or we're going to a decider. I'm calling it now. We're going to a decider. I've already called it. It's happening. Exactly, Jamie. Maybe we're not going to a decider. Fair play, Mikuru Suzuki, who takes out 88 in 3 for an 18-dart leg to seal a 5-3 victory over Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Apologies, O'Sullivan fans, if I have just commentator cursed that one. But we do have our finalists for the very last PDC Women's Series. Well, that's the order of merit we want. This one of the year, it will be Bo Greaves against Mikuru Suzuki in a couple of minutes' time. I'm going to run a quick ad break. If you've got any questions for me, whack them in the chat room. I will not be back when this ad break finishes, because for the first time today, I need a wee, and I've been sat here for 8 hours. Chat amongst yourselves, as you do. I feel like a school teacher now, but I'll be back as soon as I can at the end of this ad break.
This is just the beginning.
For the expert, my ass. Suzuki's tour was only 77, but that includes some travel. Yeah, she had a slow start this year, didn't she? So, never said take any tips. Still in the running with Smith, and I. Yeah, nobody's beating Greaves yet, is the key point there, Anonymous, but it is. Everyone's beatable somewhere. I think she's got her preparation right. The first time she travelled this year, or the back end of last year, she arrived pretty late. She was tired throughout, struggled. She's arrived early enough for these events now. And I also believe she's travelled with other players this time. Yuki Sakaguchi has been a pretty consistent figure playing in the Women's Series this year as well. We've seen Kasumi Sato. We've seen Nanako Shimizu today and yesterday. I hope that's her name, and I haven't just butchered it. Yeah, Nanako Shimizu. So the fact she's travelled them as well, I think, will have massively helped her. Will Lisa finally win a game at the Slam or the Worlds this year? Slam, you'd expect, is the better opportunity, especially in the group stage. Nathan finally found a Players' Championship final with the same name. Who have you got? Humphreys. It's got to be Smith, surely. Question 1. Oh, I don't know, Stephen. Science. An explosion. Nothing. Bang. Who wants to guess what type of wood that is? Not a clue. It doesn't smell. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's there. Not a fan of it either. Derbyshire or Nottinghamshire? Rob, you trying to get me in trouble? For what? Klopp in or out? Klopp in, 100%. Everything he's done, he does. Look, even if he has a bad season, keep him next year. Rebuild again. I trust him with the rebuild more than I trust any new manager come in. Trust him with the way the club's ran more than I trust anybody else. I trust the changes he's made. I trust the way that he looks after the players. I like the style of football. And he gets the club, which is massive. So, no worries, Charlie. All in a day's work. West video years ago. Thanks for that call. First time you commented all day and you just basically called me fat. I mean, I am, but just don't need to be said, do it? We're all friends here. Jenkins, Terry and Andy. Nah, if Klopp goes, he goes to the Germany job. Ah, the West Brothers, I get that. As for Notts versus Derby, I live in Notts. I've lived in Notts a long, long time. Went to Unit Notts. I support Notts at cricket, Panthers. I work for Notts County. Darts, I'm pretty down the middle with that. I played Super League first in Notts. Derby, paid me to referee. Get on really well with the team there. So synced. That word should be sunk. And no, it was just a knee-jerk reaction once again. Before January transfer window. Let's see what happens. Get some players fit for once. We're still 18 months away from a proper summer break. Score predictions then, folks, for this final. Bow versus Mikuru in a race 2-5, best of 9. Our injury record is ridiculous. It's not even funny. The year where we've had 21 different centre-back pairings, then we can't get a forward fit this year. Potentially. I'm not sold on that. Not talking. Oh, for Christ's sake. You say that, but he might be the only one fit to get past Reece James. You haven't got to get past Reece James if Reece James isn't fit. No, Pep chose to play without a centre forward for 2 years. There's a difference. Pep also can spend £500 million on a back line. At one point in 18 months, Pep Guardiola spent more on defence than something like 68 of the world countries. Would I take Jude for 100 million? Big price tag comes with a lot of pressure, but I think he's quality. So yeah, I probably would. If we get into a bidding war, nah. Because that jacks it up. But after missing out on Shimani that we missed out on in January as well, in the summer, can't really afford to not go and get Jude Bellingham. Depends who he sells. Well, I suppose we spent money on Darwin and we bought Diaz a transfer window early. But the club has money. It's just how they spend it and spread it around. Especially if they go young. If they buy young, get players in on deals and then renew salary deals later, it's a different matter. But it wouldn't be if we don't get top four. It's a January impact to make sure we get top four, Craig. Big difference. Pulling up on stream then. A reminder, if you want to watch them in sync, then put me on pause for a few minutes. Mexico GP, but anyone know any Mexico dart players? I don't. .104 average from Michael Smith. He leads 6-3. Dare we say it? It has been said many, many times in the last few years. It is his time. Maybe, just maybe, the European Championships in Dortmund in 2022 is Michael Smith's time. The same question can be asked if this is the time that Mikuru Suzuki will end Bo Greaves' run of 40-something straight matches on the Women's Series as she bids for her 8th consecutive title. For the last 3.5 legs, Michael Smith has averaged 122. Very hard for Liverpool. It is and it isn't, Craig, because we showed the other day when we beat Man City and when we've gone to play other teams that we got it, just dropping points to poor teams again. It's what we're doing before Klopp came in. Just a 14 dart leg from Bo Greaves to open. Oi, less of the Mexican jokes. Fazberg, 1-2-6 for 6-4 at the break. Darts is just so much better when it's played at that pace, where they just get on with it. A nice little fist bump at the end of the leg to acknowledge the checkout. It's just more entertaining, isn't it? Oh, excuse me. Can it be too fast? It can be. I think there is a moment where it is too fast, especially if it's bad. I also think, and Wayne Mardle tweeted this the other day about George Noble, but I think a lot of the PDC are very, very good at this. We say it in football an awful lot that the best referee performances are the ones where you don't notice the referee. To not notice the referee in a game of darts, even though they're smashing out the calls bang on, there's no hesitation, they get the scores out right, They don't over exaggerate one and underdo another one. There's no bias either way. It's just ridiculous. It's a skill. It is genuinely a skill to be able to let the game flow at the pace that the players want and be able to keep up without over rushing it, without doing your job properly. If your game's too fast for your referee to be able to keep up, especially the PDC referees, then no. Two 0 to Bo, by the way, back-to-back 14 dart legs. 2 more of those in a 13, and she will average even more than she managed in the final to beat Fallon earlier. I'm not sure on Anderson yet. Tielemans, I think we'd rather go Bellingham or Musiala and just fix whatever, making Fabinho play pants. Trossard maybe, but I have a feeling that what's his face? Potter will go raiding his old club in January. It's if we make that call in January, Doug. I think the fact we might miss out on Champions League and then miss out on Bellingham to Real Madrid might just force the board to act quick enough to go and get Jude in January. Ooh. Potentially another 14 there, but I will be back for 12. Makura is back on 307. It's just not quite clicking for Makura at the minute, although most would struggle to live with back-to-back 14 darts so far. Oh, Mike's back. Hello, mate. Three 0 Bo. Average drops to 96, but it's still more than enough. $26 followed by a 1 each. What's up with Dirk? Chance for Makura to get a leg on the board then. She wants 92 for 3-1. Bo sat on the pitch. It's pretty much anything we haven't seen from her this week, or in 8 appearances anyway. It's a 170 checkout and a 9 darter. Eight and a half hours. Yeah, yesterday was the same. Pro Tour tends to finish just under 6 hours for a stream. Back-to-back events in the women's series is 8.5. David, that's a silly comment. The world champion argument was never about Bo's ability. Ever. I didn't agree with Phil, but go back and watch it. That argument, that comment, that statement was never about Bo's ability. It wasn't Bo isn't good enough to be classed as the world champion. It was Phil rejects the idea that the WDF can claim to have a world champion. And unfortunately, Bo is the product of that, as was Neil Duff at the time. Still is. So whilst I didn't agree with it, and whatever else, don't chat rubbish, because I've seen that chucked around far too often now. It's a narrative that just doesn't exist. It's made up by people to rile people's backs up. Six darts from 216 for Bo Greaves to seal yet another PDC Women's Series title. She has been by far the standout in the field since she has joined. She's been pushed at times. She's blown people away at times. She has won from pretty much every position possible. She's taken her foot off the gas, as is inevitable on one of these weekends at times, but she has responded every single time with whatever she needs. And because of that, she is deservedly heading to the Alexandra Palace in December. Will she do it as a 5-0 winner, and a 5-0 winner in the final? An 8-time back-to-back winner on the PDC Women's Series. She gets another chance to wrap it up here and claim yet another £1,000 prize money. She busts it. I couldn't build that up any better, could I? From the 56. Here's the 5-0. What a crowning glory moment. And I'm trying to talk it a bit more as Makura extends the game. We go again. What is Dirk supposed to do to that, by the way? Is that 311 darters on the spin? It's ridiculous. How much does the winner get? They get £1,000 per event. Runner-up is 600. I think after that's 250, 150, £50. Which World Championship, Stephen? Oh, Dirk. Nah. $64 then for the title, which will wrap up a 5-1 win instead of the 5-0. Again, for 8 straight tournaments. And there it is in 2 darts, Bo Greaves. Just the standout sensation since she's ventured into the PDC following the Women's World Match Play. 8 times she has played this year. 8 times she has been victorious. And she will head to the Alexandra Palace, where nobody will want to see her name drawn out against them. Nobody. She finishes just £2,150 behind Lisa Ashton, who has played in 19 out of 20 of the events. How many games on? I think she's just reached 50 something. If she's had a 1-2-8 game in every match, it'd be in every tournament, it'd be 56. It's somewhere between 48 and 56. And with that, guys, where's it gone?
2 multiplied by 10 plus 1. Romeo done.
We out. A big thank you to everybody that has tuned in over the last 2 days. Around 17 hours of PDC Women's Series action. But we do know our 2 players heading to the Alexandra Palace. It will be Lisa Ashton and Bo Greaves after another sensational weekend from Bow and Arrow. Fallon Sherrock missing out in the end by £1,050. But she will be at the Grand Slam. And obviously the other players as well, by the way, the 3 to 8, so Fallon, Lorraine, Aileen Mikuru, Katie Sheldon, and Laura Turner will all receive entry to Q School from the PDC for their efforts in finishing in the top 8. A big thank you to everybody that has tuned in throughout the weekend. I really do mean that. To Jarlith, who is definitely not watching because he's at the NFL in London, for jumping on yesterday. Don't forget, Super Series is back tomorrow morning. Group 2, headlined by the WDF Men's World Champion Neil Duff. Live Lounge tomorrow night with Phil, Lee, and Dan. I'm taking a night off as I'm going back to see my parents. Or, I say that, one of them knows, one of them doesn't. So you never know. Might have to let my dad know I'm in town for 48 hours. And potentially a trip out to see my old darts team as well. But you guys have all been absolute superstars. I really do appreciate you joining this weekend. If you can drop a like on the way out, I really would appreciate it. And I will see you guys Friday next week. I will be doing the Pro Tour day, the penultimate day of Pro Tour. I'll be doing next Friday. And then someone else will take over on the Saturday because I'll be on stage. But a massive thank you guys once again. And I'll speak to you all very soon.
This is just the beginning.
level, 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 take it to the next level.